Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. I can't believe it. It's the biggest deathmatch tournament of all time. This is gonna be so sick. So great to see you all, by the way. Let's take a look at this bracket and then kick it off. There's nothing more to say. I'm so happy to be here. Guys, actually, there is one thing to say. When I actually started doing content, that was for Age of Mythology Deathmatch. Like, it was really bad at first, right? But that's where I started, and to be able to put on such a big tournament certainly was not on the agenda back in whatever 2014, or I don't even know. But it is now, and here we are, £1,000 in the prize pool, thanks to the generous donation from Gang. Actually, with that, he's sadly not here today, but I do hope he will catch it after the fact. And yeah, £1,000, ladies and gentlemen. First place 400, second place 300, third place 200, fourth place 100, and a bunch of ladder points with our meta play system. A draft system will be used, and the maps today will be Alfheim, Elysium, Megalopolis, Savannah, Silk Road, Steppe, and Tundra. So mostly open stuff except for Alfheim, really. Silk Road being the wildcard map with the trading post that you can get there. It's really cool. I hope we get around to it. And the top 4 players will also be taking home these derpy dragon medals, which is a very well-known meme in the deathmatch community. I hope people look forward to that. Now, at some point, Iron Maiden and Boyd will be streaming, and I really hope that I can take up Nolus on his offer to co-cast some matches. The first one I'll definitely do alone, and then I'll see if I can get him on after that, as we have a break. The group 4 is the one I'll be covering, and then I will be picking a second group later to also cover. But here we've got Ryuk, we've got the Otter 1 and AoE 2 deathmatch streamer, who's now trying out AOM. We've got Strauss House and Jim Carrey, 2 deathmatch players that are well known within the community. And there's a lot of high-seeded players here, right? Like Matador, you know him from the big esports scene that AOM now has. You've got Luki, Grassengroom, Ryuk, of course, to represent the DM crew. We've got Westenlong, Revolt, Velite, Darth Nox, who's a bit newer to DM, but actually is kind of kicking butt. We've also got Playa, we've got Funny Liquid, and so on and so forth. It keeps going. There's 26 players today. So yeah, this is gonna be rather on the cool side. Playa wants me to cover Mayo, Funny, you, and Kilu. Interesting. Well, I might be jumping in after the fact from replays. Let's see how you feel after the fact. I trust you, Fino. Playa. I need to get used to your new name as well, actually. Alright, so what I want to do now is take a look at Group 4's process here. And they can start whenever they want, really. Ryuk has posted, actually, the draft. Why do I give you Matador? Whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is our first draft. Ryuk gets rid of Isis and Nuwa. Otter 1 gets rid of Freyr and Fushi, so we're barely gonna see any China. Shenong is still in play, but neither of them is gonna use it. Ryuk has Zeus, Thor, Hades, and Set. The Otter 1 has Ra, Loki, Poseidon, and Odin. And I think they might have started by now. No, but they can go ahead. Just making sure they know. You're clear to go ahead. I just told them. Okay, that should be great. I wanted to say China is absolutely on the stronger side right now. You gotta worry about it. You definitely do. So here's the situation, guys. We've made a specific patch, a mod for Deathmatch here, a balance mod. And in it, I believe 40% of the changes are to the Chinese civilization. So first off, we nerfed the crap out of John Wick. That's one of them. But all the legendary heroes really have been battered. Here on the MetaPlace forums, we've got the we've got a changelog. So the defensive buildings have been reduced. The relics that don't affect DM aren't there. Greek got a pestilence nerf. Build rates have been nerfed for the special attacks that give you more build rate, because that's insane in Deathmatch and really swings everything towards that. Some of the weaker heroes like Polyphemus got a buff. He actually has a splash damage now. Bellerophon gets a nerf. Medusa gets a nerf because unbeknownst to the standard players, Medusa are actually insane once masked. You hide them between your towers and fortresses, as the fortresses also spam out Myrmidons automatically for free because of the Argive patronage tech. And then you've got your healing temples, healing 3 Medusa at a time. You get 3 temples, you heal 9 Medusa at a time. Or if they're not all hurt, then it stacks. It's insane. And they're only costing 3 population, and they're siege weapons that outrange buildings. No, way too strong. Way too strong. Stuff like this got nerfed. Isis got a little bit of love on her monument god power blocking. Serpents are controllable, so they're gonna be great at going after villagers, especially with the modifier removed. Rocks got nerfed significantly, but have their hot pickups enabled. Do not need to land anymore, so you can fly around with catapults in them. But because there are so many powerful ranged heroes with divine damage, it's very easy to actually pick off the rock. And ballistics also helps with that, so you can't just outrun flying projectiles anymore. Odin got a little bit of love. He's a bit on the weaker side. And I'm just checking. The guys are almost in. They're loading right now. Fafnir got a little bit of love. Nidhogg got a little bit of love. And then Rock Giants got a little bit of love as well. But for the... Oh, it's actually a pretty good leader, god power right now. Chinese has been nerfed the crap out of regarding build rates and repair rates, especially with Kuafu. Pioneers have a limit imposed on them because if you make 30 of them and keep spamming balloons, they just melt armies. So that's probably a good thing to get rid of. We've reduced the clay peasant amount so that Nuva doesn't just instantly take the map as soon as they're mythic, which is when you also get the god power. Sages have a reduced limit as well so that you can play myth units against China. Chukonu got their stats drastically reduced, especially their DPS. Fey Beast, you no longer get extra spawns, blah blah blah. You can read it for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Some mod can link it. It keeps going. It keeps going. There's so much to it. Alright, where are these guys? I still don't see their lobby. Did they... They did link one. So let me try to work with that. Yeah, could the mod please link the patch notes? Oh, wait, I can do it. I'm so smart, I can do it. I'm not sure if that qualifies as smart, but... Oh well. DM mod patch change logs. There. And we can pin that message. You guys can read it on your own time. I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Alright, pin that both on Twitch and YouTube. We should be hopping into our first game very, very soon. It really can't be long now. Game URL. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Can't see the lobby. This is highly unusual. Does anyone play China? It's probably going to be banned hugely. There will be some. There will absolutely be some. But expect it to be rare. Medium rare, maybe. Super Photon is excited. Nice. See, if you were an electron, you could emit a photon, but yeah. Anyway, we've got our game up, and there's a spectator delay in progress. We got 2 minutes to go through the remaining important parts of the patch notes. So let's take a look. Earthwall has drastically reduced HP gain. Earthwall basically has 4,000 health in Deathmatch because all the upgrades are in. So we had to cut that down. It's too much. It's way too much. We removed the ability to turn wall connectors into towers once you have the advanced defenses upgrade. It's quite enough that it improves everything by 25% or whatever the number was. Yeah, it's just kind of crazy. We slowed down the spam a little bit by making Divine Books' training rate effect halved. It's still very significant with that. What else can I say? Oh yeah, some of the armor attacks have been reduced, so that includes Gilded Shields, that includes... what's the other one called? Oh god, I forgot. Laser Silk, I think? No, that's an HP bonus. Huangdi had the other one, and I forgot what the name is. Anyway, I'm not sure if we actually changed that. X cards got a population increase because after their buff, they are actually insane units. Tiger Cavalry are quite insane units. They had a significant set of changes to basically every stat they have except speed. Scorching Feathers no longer work on myth units and heroes because you just delete things with archers with that. Tempestuous Storm hero ability cooldowns were minus 40%. We made that 25. Minus 25. That's still a significant buff. Did you guys know that some of the Chinese heroes, like Neza, cost 0 population, and the others cost like 3, while the Greek Mythic Age heroes cost 4? Yeah, we made all of them 5, and just generally went over their stats, especially reducing damages, because, yeah. There was 6 splash damage on John Wick. And he dealt 25 damage. Base. Upgraded, that was more like 50, so he would 2-shot archers, even in Deathmatch. And by archers, I mean a group of them. So yeah, we're not doing that. Anyways, we're ready for the first game. Let's go! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. This is the biggest deathmatch tournament that has happened to date. And in the blue color, playing as Zeus, this is none other than Ryuk playing Zeus. I said that already. He's making some Pegasi. On the other side of the map, playing as the red Loki, this is the Otter one. Otter one is actually a newcomer to Age of Mythology as a whole. He's an AoE 2 deathmatch player, and he's learning. So this is gonna be a pretty brutal start against one of the best deathmatch players right now. And maybe Ryuk is definitely on the all-time list. He's got to be, right? He's just really, really solid. He started learning in like 2020 during COVID, as I recall. And yeah, this is gonna be pretty wild. Starting with Zeus is a really strong pick, obviously. He's gonna Hippos Fist Flood. These guys are trained super quickly. And you might be wondering, if you're all new to Deathmatch, what the hell is going on here? Well, what's going on is that you start with 20,000 resources. You advance through the ages within 5 seconds. All you need is the building that unlocks the age. And then all the technologies are done as soon as you age up. So you already have Heavy Hippos Fist. Why? Because Heavy is in the Heroic Age. All their armory upgrades are done. Ooh, that's a lot of myth units. He's printing the Battle Boars. That's very highly unconventional. Usually you would see from Loki the Fire Giants instead, but it's piggy time. At least 2 of the heroes are around for Ryuk, so they're gonna be helping out with that situation. Supposedly he's gonna be going Hera. He's got her pre-queued, which is very sensible. You're gonna be wanting to spam Medusa in that Mythic Age. The Norse's objective should have been to build all around the settlements, not hill forts, but your longhouses should be essentially forming a wall around this settlement, and it should have being a pump of berserks because they train ultra fast in the early game. Got a little bit of a pause situation here. Otter 1 telling Ryuk to please have mercy. I'm not sure what's happening. Something's happening, but Ryuk is 126 population versus 50. This is not necessarily a great position to be in. Especially as Ryuk keeps adding fortresses now. He's not in a rush to get a town center, right? Like, he doesn't have that many villagers. But as he goes, the number of villagers will increase, and as he can increase the number of fortresses, the number of automatically created myrmidons grows as well. I think this is a very easy town center to deny now. All the piggies are toast, ladies and gentlemen. We are now pushing through to the buildings. The Great Hall is getting taken down. I think it might be the only one, so there's not going to be any heroes for any potential Medusa spam, which we're not yet seeing from Ryuk, by the way. He's not pumping any Medusa out, but his infantry blob plus his Toxotes blob, more importantly, these guys can constantly fire, so they'll be doing the damage. And to send one unit at a time into a blob of archers is never going to work. No, I don't care what the unit is. It could be elephants. It's not going to work. Ryuk just kites backwards, brings in melee units to shield for them, and new Toxotes. This advantage should be snowballing, especially with the help of Restoration. Although a large number of throwing axes can definitely put a stop to the Hippospis spam. It kind of works the same way as the Toxotes, right? Like, one at a time, Hippospis trying to enter the fray against throwing axes is gonna be ugly. Belorphin is now in, but remember, in the patch that we're using, in the mod that we're using, he is nerfed by quite a little bit, so he's fragile. He's mobile, he's got a strong attack, and he's got the jump, but he's fragile. You can take him down. Well, now that the Norse army has put its mind together, the might of the Berserks, they've got Valhalla's Chosen, so one favor gets yielded every time a Berserk dies. And you know, getting in the Huskas as well on top of these Toxotes is helpful. Ryuk has to retreat against flaming weapons, that's for sure. He didn't actually come packing with ceasefire, excuse me. He should have done that probably, but going up against a newer player, Restoration is going to do just fine, and the longer term impact on his units having extra armor upgrades, that stuff is going to be nice still. Extra fortresses being made, as I said. Look at all those auto-queued Myrmidons. They are going to add a lot of value over time. But anyway, we're starting to enter into trouble territory for the Otter one. Deathmatch may start with a lot of resources, but you must get your town centers early so that you can spam villagers. If you overqueue units, which he's certainly doing, you can see that Ryuk is on purpose not making that many units. That is so that he has population space to still create some villagers. And you'll see whenever he is fighting, at least not right now, but when he's fighting, he will be able to produce villagers pretty much all the time. We're gonna see an underworld passage in the back. This will take out the houses then. And the Otter one will have to respond to this by sending everybody back. Trouble is, when he gets there, Lightning Storm will be off cooldown. That's one other aspect of Deathmatch. You don't just get your powers right away. You actually have to wait a little bit for them to come off cooldown for the initial use. Now that's a random attack. Won't destroy a town center, but it will certainly annoy the villagers. Ryuk does have a good amount of resources still. He is setting up his markets as well. Trade isn't the best in Retold, right? But it still helps out. It's like having it's not like having an extra town center, but it's close. And you'll be relying less on the gold mines, especially in the long term. Well, throwing axemen certainly can't fight that kind of fortifications. The main town center is under attack. All these Zeus infantry with the bonus damage against buildings are just tearing the thing down. This is nasty stuff. Sorry for not hiding that panel, by the way. Should have done that. The relics have been largely left alone this game. Deathmatch is very, very hectic, as you can see. So sometimes the players just don't remember. I have this problem. I'm all too familiar. I want to get the relics, but we also have a bug in the game right now where the relics tooltip spasm, but it's not the only thing that spasms, apparently. Belorphin bites the dust once again. You know, Ryuk does have healing tempos from Apollo, so you can technically pull back your hero and be just fine. Medusas will need to be printed against that many giants, but it looks like we've got a lightning storm coming down. Let's see how many of them make it. That's a lot of big boys coming. Holy crap. Let's go, big boys. Can they take the beating though from the lightning storm? It looks like they kind of can. They have so much health, and they're gonna regenerate a little bit thanks to Bragi's upgrade as well. We still don't see any Medusa from Ryuk. That's definitely gonna come and bite him at some point. He has a good amount of heroes out, I think, or at least on the way. Where, in fact, are they? Heroes? That's the dead Odysseus. Actually, Ryuk might be in a position where all his heroes got taken down. His buildings are getting bonked. We have got a Belorphin, but one more fortress goes down. However, Otto One just spends all his resources on this, so I don't particularly love his current situation here. Nidhogg gets called in, and this guy's also buffed in the DM mod. Up to 3,000 health, he's got 60 hack and crush attack as well, maintaining his big splash. Ooh, those villagers nearly got roasted and toasted. However, even with all these stats, the 4 heroes being able to shoot up is gonna make this thing a paper dragon, ultimately. He's already toast. Well, should have moved him out, but even if the other one did that, he would still be falling on the ground in tears eventually. Like, I think the best use case for the Nidhogg is actually when you go after gold miners. Because, you know, you got a big bunch clumped up. Tree lines are another option, but gold mines are the best. They're just clumped up around one small object. Who is he gonna get that TC? I really thought he was, so I was coming back to check, but so was Ryuk. So was Ryuk, and he's got a lot left, ladies and gentlemen. He's got so much wood and gold. He can pump archers, he can pump siege. The other one has 10 villagers, Ryuk has 60. He can do this all day. He's got caravans. They're carrying 111 gold. So this map, being pretty open, being pretty wide as far as the town center spread goes, you can actually get a great trade route. And Ryuk's certainly showing that. He just finished his TC back home as well. Still no Medusa. He's showing mercy. He's showing mercy. That's what this is. Beautifully done. And, you know, the other one still has another chance. Maybe play a god that he's more familiar with. I'm not sure what he has practiced. I know he's watched some build order vids of mine, but whether that's gonna be enough against the likes of Ryuk, probably not, but there's always next tournament. Which, by the way, we'll be having... we'll have the next tournament posted for tomorrow. So that's something to bear in mind. The next lobby is being hosted. So we should be getting in on that very, very soon. That's 1.4 Ryuk as well. Oh, and by the way, as far as production quality goes, we're going to be working on a scoreboard app for the next tournament as well. Hopefully we'll be able to put it together in time. I'm not sure if we'll do map intros just yet. We'll see. We'll see how this one does. What's up, Legend? You versus Luki? I'm covering Group 4, Legend, but I'll think about it after. I'll be going back to cast a second group with replays. When is Yoshi playing? He's not. Oh god, one of the neighbors is cooking, and I think the food smell is like coming through the vents. It stinks. Holy hell. Oh my god, it's so bad. I'm gonna open the window real quick if you guys don't mind. Sorry. 1 second. It's so bad. I don't know what they're cooking, but it's terrible. I hope they choke on it. Jesus Christ. Yikes. This is a... No. This should be illegal. Anyway, okay, moving on. Let's see if we can hop into the second game, and then let me see if I can get a co-caster for today. Still don't see the lobby, but I'm sure it's coming soon here, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is best of 3 so far. No one is illegal. Certain behaviors are illegal, Jasir. Like cooking badly when I'm streaming and making me smell it. It's so bad. I'll power through. We've got deathmatch games to watch. It's fun. It will carry me, I think. All right, we got 2 minutes 30 of smelling the food, and then we're gonna jump right in. Oh, wait. It said it had 2 minutes left. Why is it starting now? Interesting. Oh, it's an invalid pick. The other one went in with with Loki again. Oh, I might need to interfere here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Nullus says he's ready to join in an hour, but it turns out he's busy because he's cooking. I'm connecting the dots. What about you guys? Alright, they're just rehosting. They're rehosting. Let's see if we can hop into that. What is he cooking? I don't want to know. You guys can ask him in the chat. I'm sure he's here. Has Yoshi played a single retold game? Yes. Yes, I'm told he has played with people. I have my sources. Yeah, it would be great to have Yoshi back, I mean, obviously. And he would do great in this. Like, Deathmatch now is absolute chaos. More so than ever, perhaps. Loading in, guys. It's gonna take 1 minute 50. Hopefully this time it works. Hopefully it works. I don't want to look at the bracket because it's gonna spoil the results. It's gonna spoil the results. So what I'm planning is to hop into another group later. Based on recommendations, maybe I'll cover individual series, depending on what people say. And you guys can just use the bracket command in the chat. I think it should work on YouTube as well. but I have time to double check that. Let's make sure it works on YouTube. I've already seen it on. Yes, it's set up. Wow, I'm so good at this. Done everything. Neat. Remember to do the betting whenever that happens. I see game 1 already did. I'll start game 2 for you guys. And we're about to load in as well. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a second series. Excuse my camera movement. Ryuk in the blue color will be playing as Set. He's currently up a point already, so tough situation for the other one, who's in the red, playing as Ra. Egyptian Mirror Time, way too many villagers on the houses right away. That could come back to bite him. It's of great importance to spread out early on. I'm not sure that Pharaoh is empowering the right thing at the moment. You gotta kind of empower the monument. Oh wait, he's Set. Excuse me. He's doing the right thing. He's just plumping down 7 barracks. Ra should be doing what I said, however. Put down a monument, empower the monument, and surround it with barracks. Then the Pharaoh empowering the monument will be empowering all the buildings around as well. We've got the Migdol Stronghold coming up. So it's going to be a very, very fast H4. Probably faster than what Ryuk can do, but Ryuk is just going to make 4 Migdol Strongholds instead. By spreading out his villagers, he is saving on the efficiency reduction factor that you got to think about when you place multiple villagers on a building. They work at their full build rate when they're alone. And then as you add additional villagers, they work slower. So in Deathmatch, that's especially important. Ryuk will be spamming a little bit of all the infantry units, but because he's gone for Ptah, Sekhmet, and Horus, he will have basically the ultimate set of infantry upgrades. The slingers will have electron bullets and slings of the sun to gain divine damage and to do bonus against infantry as well, even though they are counter archer normally, or anti-ranged. And the Axemen will have Scalloped Axe for higher attacks, and they'll have Axe of Vengeance. Damn. As they lose health, they'll be gaining attacks. It's pretty crazy. And then their triple bonus against buildings, obviously a pretty big deal. Ryuk just rushing in like that, and he's printing hard. He's got some elephants coming out as well, preparing a bunch of siege towers. And you know what, actually you might want to consider plopping down a Migdol or 2 here and making catapults in between. That would be a valid play. Here come the camels, and these are supposed to be super camels because we've gone through Sobek, and was it Osiris? Yes, it's Osiris. So these are actually super camels. They have desert wind, they have dark waters, and they also have the Ra innate bonus. So it's as stacked as it gets. The surround is beautiful, and Ryuk's army is about to be deleted. The Otter one is showing some potential here for sure, but he's gone vast. Unfortunately, he can't just shifting sands these guys onto the other side of the map. Imagine right now catching all these 14 villagers with the camels with the shifting sands. That would have been sick. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. However, I think this game, the Otter one, is going to be able to establish a free town center presence. This is very, very nice. Now, Ryuk is going to try his own thing with his camels, but look at the stat comparison. 196, 250. 14 damage, 15.2 damage. The bonuses are the same. And the red one's regen. What's the rate of that again? 0.5 per sec. Not bad. So the answer for Ryuk is not to make his own camels, it's to make the spears. Spears are dirt cheap. They have a good health pool for what they are. They resist the camels super hard. Unlike they resisting themselves. And they have a massive bonus damage of 2.75x. Hello there. Oh, if only Ryuk had brought villagers, that would have been so sick. But we've got an Eclipse on just 2 mummies, but there are a bunch of minions at the very least. I'm not happy with this Eclipse, guys. I am not happy with it. This is way too few Myth units to use Eclipse on. And in Deathmatch, you have no excuse because you start with 200 favor. The Avengers are spinning and winning. One talent center gets taken down right away. The catapult even helping from the back. These villagers are terribly exposed. But hey, the Otto one is kind of winning the main fight. In the long term, Ryuk might be in trouble, but I think it's possible that the Otto one is over spamming. He's got 10 siege towers in the queue in 2 buildings. That's 20 siege towers queued up. What are you gonna do with that, sir? That is not going to work. You're gonna have to put everybody on gold just to survive. I think he might have sold some of his wood already. Unfortunately, as a spectator, I can't check the exchange rates. But that is another strategy. If you're Egyptian, you're not gonna need as much wood, right? All your buildings cost gold, or they're free, depending on what they are. And some of that wood just doesn't have to go into units, you know? You can just sell it for gold. The other civs don't really have that luxury. Certainly not to that degree. Catapult's still chilling here. Well, Ryuk meanwhile setting up his corner for a little bit of additional trade. Remember, he's Ra, so he's gonna have the rain power. Guessing he will be looking to eat those giraffes, maybe? Or he's just building up front. Oh, he's confident. Okay, never mind. I guess his villagers will be going farming then. I don't like the berry picking, honestly. Ra might have a bonus for it, but look, rain is dirt cheap. The recasts cost 30 favor. We don't have time to worry about map. We've got a Nado. It's catching all the siege. Oh no, he's running his camels into it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Anakin. Oh my god. It's sucking up the camels. Actually, it wasn't that bad, but they're all hurt. That was not the best tornado, to be honest. And Ryuk is gonna get locusted. That's a great locust. But he's standing right next to a Migdor stronghold, so, you know, a handful of villagers dead. It's a sacrifice he's willing to pay. Anyway, back to the rain math discussion. Because it only costs 30 favor to recharge and you start with 200, well, guess what? You're gonna continuously cast rain on your farms. Gathering from rain farms is better than hunting or gathering berries. And that Son of Osiris just got surrounded and picked up. That was a little bit sad. Unfortunate for the other one. Usually you want to keep a siege tower around, but as I said in the first game, he is showing this habit of overqueuing, which means that your important stuff doesn't come out. You have to very carefully manage your population to get the important units out, guys. Whether that be a siege tower, whether that be your villagers, management is key to all of it. The town center is now toast, and the other one is suffering on half the population scale that Ryuk has. Certainly a good first attempt, but a brutal opponent in his very first DM tournament showing. Maybe we need to have a little Rising Star League for Deathmatch. That is probably what guys like him would require or need or appreciate. Choose your term. Avengers are assembled, ladies and gentlemen. They are assembled and they're spinning and they're winning. Ryuk puts the game away. And we'll be moving into the finish round, potentially making today's run a short one. Marathon coming tomorrow. Let's see how he does there. The other one still has a chance. It's double elimination, right? So he's got to go through the losers round now. GG's, well played. First AOM tournament. Well, yeah. First AOM DM tournament. That's a good correction, actually. gonna need to enter the scores for that. Oh god, Matador's already finished with his day. Group 1 is full of people not playing, so yeah, that one we're not gonna cover. As far as spoilers go, I will be telling you guys about that one. Yeah, Matador's finished with his day. Now, next up, we've got Strauss House versus Jim Carrey. So, guys, if you're listening, please go and set up your stuff. Please go ahead and set up. I think they've got their draft already done. That's good. Okay, here we go. We've got Halboin. That's Jim Carrey. Sub alerts are not working. It should. It should. Let's try it. Oh, Merguez, thank you. Yeah, see? It's there. It is there. Okay, so we've got a Loki and Zeus ban and a Nuva and Fushi ban. So Shenong is still available, but it's not going to be used. A mistake, definitely. Or maybe they're keeping it for later? We never know. Set, Odin, Oranos, and 4 are available for Jim Carrey, where Strauss House is gonna pick up Poseidon, Hades, Gaia, and Kronos. Fascinating. We'll just have to wait for these guys to do their lobby. And then we'll make sure to... Ah, no, they already supposed to set up. Okay, Strauss knows, and Jim Carrey has been notified. Very good. It's exactly how I like to see it. And yes, guys, if you finish your series, please post your replays in our Discord. Later, we will be sharing them. Meanwhile, I saw a message in the chat about what is different between Deathmatch and normal 1v1s. I'm guessing you missed the beginning of the first game. So anyway, I'll explain it every series today. Okay, at the beginning. But I'll do it now as well because we have time. So you start with 20,000 resources of each type and 200 favor. So not of that type. Every time you age up, which only takes 5 seconds in this, you will be gaining all the upgrades from that given age. So if you advance to the classical age, you'll have all the classical age upgrades right away. Beyond that, your god powers start on a cooldown, so you won't be immediately able to use them, but it's like 2 minutes for each. And yeah, you'll basically have to pace your game around those god power unlocks, and that's going to constitute your timings. You have to capture the town centers, but your speeds for building town centers are nerfed. So it's actually really challenging to do so while the other guy is flooding you with fully upgraded units. And I think that might be it. God powers recharge slower as well, because there's more favor. So the mode has more favor, therefore there's more myth units, but god powers are kept in control. They're kind of curbed in by that. So you don't spam god powers as much because they just take longer. It pays to make myth units. And that's about it. It's very action-packed. It's very aggressive. There's a lot of back and forth. And in not very long a time, you end up with the late game situation. Some real action, that's it. That's the marketing. It's the marketing team doing the work. Whoa, I just joined as a player, not a spectator. Shouldn't do that. Otherwise, we'll have to play a 2v1. Or a free-for-all. Or 2 versus AI. Or 3 versus AI. Wait, why doesn't the YouTube bot work? You kidding me? I set up the command, but the bot doesn't actually work. Great. Not great. In fact, that's not great. It says the bot is in the chat. What the hell? Well, maybe now? That's insane. Alright, I will send the bracket manually then. We've had it working the last time. What happened? Sometimes YouTube's live stream tech is just not there yet. Oh well. Bad bot, that's right. Downvoted. Yeah, it's great so many standard players actually participating today. I'm a big fan. I hope more people try it out because it's super fun. It certainly is super fun. Alright, where's this game? I think they're restarting. Okay, the guys haven't started yet because they didn't know. They didn't know how it works. I can only start spectating after people start their actual game, so. But come on, Jasir. Don't bait them. Don't bait them. Man. Can't believe Matador's already finished with his day. That's hilarious. Unfortunately, there's a large number of no-shows, so people requesting Mayo versus Funny Liquid, it's not happening because Funny Liquid isn't here. I'll give you guys that piece of info. He is here now. Oh. Shall we say all is forgiven? If Mayo is willing, I'd be fine with it because we also have Firefox not playing. I feel like I'm getting shafted this tournament. Just people no-showing. Anyway. That is Group 5. I'll join the discussion while we wait for this other game to start. Oh, and Hagrid, thank you very much for supporting the event today. Hagrid is actually one of our moderators. He used to cast for us. Obviously, he's now working on the game, as you all know, so a bit of a different situation, but he's still helping us with the small stuff, and I really appreciate him. Okay, the ruling is that Funny Liquid can play the loser's bracket game, which I think it's already a goner as well, right? Because Firefox isn't here. Where is he? He's not online. He hasn't messaged me since 2018. Yeah, you can sponsor a show match. That is one of the ways to support the things we do. So you've got this whole show match area on our website where you can just commission one. Oh, I forgot to update the images to the retold variant, but basically you can just you know, commission one. Request the players, will cover it. All the prizes go to them. If people wanna donate to the next event as well, which we'll post tomorrow, by the way, then you can use the donation goal options. You get a little bit of recognition on the website, of course. And if you want directly support our project as a whole, then you can become our patron. This is a system on our own website. You get perks. It's just like Patreon, but at home. And that will basically support the core of our business, maintaining the website, hosting costs, video editing costs, etc, etc, production quality. Feel free to check those out with our links. When's the next match? I'm waiting for it to be hosted. Alright, it's up. It's up. They're like 1 minute in, so I've talked a little too much. Anyway. Let's jump right in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Group 4 match here in the Deathmatch tournament. Dionysus' Delight. Love this title. Biggest Deathmatch tournament that we've ever had so far. I think we can do better. We can go bigger. Buster in the blue color is 4. On the other side, we've got in the red color Strauss House playing as Poseidon. Buster, you might know him as Jim Carrey. He's just playing on an alternate name. So he's pretty high ranked in the deathmatch ladder. I've not seen him in a tournament ever. So it's gonna be really cool to see what he can do in that environment. Strauss House is a long time deathmatch player as well. Converted from Supremacy, of course. We cast a Vololo on him and it worked. Crazy. Well, he's building a really nice military academy wall, and that will basically support him pushing forward. But going up against a Norse can be tough sometimes. They can be all over the map. They can take Town Center super easily. And you know, to everyone that's just joined, Deathmatch starts with 20,000 resources, right? Why have I got this view? It's not a cast... It's not a spectator mode view. Why do I have the player UI? This is... I just realized. Anyways. Buster essentially just placed a lot of buildings up front, and he's gonna get flooded so freaking hard right now. He himself is not flooding, and he's spending a little bit too much on making Herdman. I know it's the closest key to the numbers, being Q, but you cannot make this against Poseidon in the early game. You will get Hippos Fist flooded, and they're gonna hard counter this. What you need to do is spam out a lot of Berserks, because they train fast, and then supplement them with a little bit of throwing X-Men to actually survive. building fast is great, or trading fast is great, because then you can build more. But, you know, you actually need some damage to your army, and the throwing axeman does provide that. They're very difficult to engage, and Strauss gets beaten back. Buster has figured it out. That is great. That is great. He's got a rather decent god path as well. Fire Giants actually got buffed for this deathmatch mod that we're using, and they are at 700 health now instead of 600. So that should help them hugely. Pestilence is ready to go, and it covers a huge area. With right now, Buster's population being maxed, but not having that much behind that, including no town centers just yet. The Cyclops is bullying him. Oh, what is going on with that berserk? I'm just looking forward to Strauss casting his god power. Pestilence is going to be an absolute game changer if he can get it. And there's a Pestilence. It's, oh my god, it's covering everything. He used it where the Nemean lion died over there. And if Strauss House can just wipe this army out, there will be basically no replacement. Pestilence drastically reduces unit train speeds, and it is getting felt. Strauss House himself has a second town center and a third one in the works. So in terms of resources, he should be in a pretty good position still. He's got some population left to go. An Archer Blob would be very important to put together now. Perhaps the most important thing. He's stolen the Healing Spring, which is a huge boon here to the Greek army. He's got some Hetyroi out. He's got Curse ready to go, so he can turn a bunch of these throwing axemen into piggies. But his production just isn't quite there. He's spamming 8 Hetyroi from just the one fortress. Ideally, that would be several fortresses pumping several of these at once. But yeah, our Norse player's production is just better. And at some point, I would suspect he would overwhelm Strauss at this rate, if he keeps that going. Just looking at population, it's 100. Oh god. Oh god, Strauss is really struggling, and he's facing flaming weapons right now. That what we see right now with those Toxotes and Hippaspis, that's what we should have seen earlier. Buster's unit stopped. They didn't continue their move. Berserkers will be tearing down this fortress during flaming weapons. They have 19.2 attack. The Helipolis have evaporated to the flaming weapons axis. Not seeing any myth units so far from Buster, but Strauss is just dropping in population at ever increasing speeds. This is nasty stuff. Atalanta tried to soak some damage up, but it didn't really work. And now with a bunch of Goldie getting added in, even if Strauss had some myth units, they'd be torn down pretty fast. But he doesn't have any. Why doesn't he have any myth units? There's 180 favor, right? I guess he doesn't want to make Colossi, because gold is a problem right now for Strauss. But he has 3 town centers. A Norse player's working on it. Currently on 2. Third one coming up soon. So that population disparity will go away shortly. The Toxotes Ball still doing work, and as long as Strauss has buildings around this Healing Spring, it's his. That's perhaps the biggest of deals. We only have one hero here for Strauss, so dealing with the Fire Giants not the easiest thing, and those splash attacks do hurt your archers significantly, but as long as Healing Spring can fix it, all is well. I'm not sure Strauss can afford all his cavalry though, guys. Those Hetyroi are really expensive at 90 gold. Everything costs gold. I'm not sure how he can do it, but maybe there's hope here. He just turned 12 units into piggies. That is enormous. Kurt's got a small buff in the DM mod, and therefore I'm starting to like his chances now all of a sudden. Of course, Buster is trying to remake an army, but it's mostly throwing axemen into an established Toxotes Ball, which has regenerated. Buster's running out of resources. This might be actually super close and tight. A bunch of Huskarl, a bunch of raiding cavalry are coming in. They might be able to go after the Toxotes. Let's see a nice little flank. don't want to see the raiding cavalry fighting the heroes up front. They wouldn't be doing much there. It looks to me that raiding cavalry getting picked off one by one. Strauss reinforcing this relatively nicely. In terms of resources, he still has a little bit. He's got 28 people on gold. That should sustain his current needs. But you gotta be really careful to not overdo Helipolis when you're not, like, super winning. They're not a good part of the army because they just get torn to shreds by the North Army, which is basically all hack damage. So yeah, you don't want to make Helipolis for that. Rather make some Myth units like Colossus or Nemean Lions for the stuns. Anything but that. Anything but Helipolis. And Strauss must have lost like 6. I also don't really like when Deathmatch players cast Lure as a meme. It's not a meme. It will attract Hunt to your base. Use it. Use it wisely. You need every little bit that you can get. And the chicken gather rate is not that bad either. It acts as a drop-off point, gives you some free chickens. Why not make use of it, right? Ooh! Ooh! He's spending all his favor. Here come the Cyclops. Can Strauss hold? He's got 18 villagers hunting and farming. It's not looking too bad, but I do think he has to stop the caravans because that's just consuming everything he's got. Our Norse player is also spamming caravans. They're 58, 55 gold per trip. That's not great. I have to say that's not so good. Honestly, Buster is kind of falling apart too. 140 population and these guys have beaten each other to death. He should still be able to get out some food and gold cost units. And he's got favor for days. I bet he wishes he went Fimbulwinter now so he could use that god power at least. But here comes the bonky boy. Polyphemus is going bonkers. I just wanted to say that. Anyway. Can he actually connect with the... Oh, come on. That wasn't the fire giants. I was so ready. This healing spring somehow still belongs to Strauss because it cares about the buildings. That's nuts. Okay, fire giants toast. Polyphemus keeps tanking. The Cyclops also has some AoE damage, by the way. So some of these... All of these throwing axemen are dead. I wasn't ready for that. And neither was Buster. How's he gonna recover from this? Just... Financially, it doesn't seem legible. Oh god. He's okay. He's got 57 villagers plus caravans. Just needs to pump now. Get in those cavalry units. But he's not making any of them. He's trying to make Huskar the least easy unit to afford in this moment. Strauss has made extra temples for Nemean Lions. He's bringing in the Colossi. He's establishing the late game army standards. This is looking pretty damn good. The Cyclops are bonking the throwing axemen and they're not very resistant to that kind of business. Meanwhile, the healing spring keeps helping Strauss. He's expanding all over. He should be able to set up a front here with some Petrobolas, with some towers, and siege down that town center. Nemean Lions stunning the army. I really like the addition of Peltas. That will help to deal with both the ranged heroes as well as the throwing axemen. They deal counter damage to both 4x. And they're barely worse than the Toxotes in terms of actual DPS. So Toxotes, you've got 10.1. Peltas, you've got 5.8. You know, X4. They're gonna do a much better job against these specific units. You just have to micro. Ooh, big bonk. Big bonk. Everybody gets knocked back as well. The archer ball is taking out every single unit that heads their way. Buster is looking busted. Strauss just keeps going with his siege. He's got boys inside the Helipolis to make it do some more damage. It's not that much more damage, but it's something. One building after the other getting shredded. We finally have the patrol bullets push here as well. Two of them, but will be pushed back by the fire giant. Strauss can now do this all day. The Ragnarok is getting called. Oh boy. The Ragnarok heroes did get a little bit of a buff, so they're like kind of a hearse here in terms of stats. They were weaker beforehand, but can they actually put a stop to this kind of army? I mean, they certainly can handle the Tuxodis and the Nemean Lions and the Helipolis. But then what happens to the economy? Strauss can pump out units, no problem. He's getting new Tuxodis, he's getting Hippospist, and remember, they are buffed with the Sword of Deimos. So Buster just doesn't have resources behind. Having to remake houses now without wood. So that means he has to sell gold that he gets from his trade route, and it's not a big trade route. The Hippospist will absolutely shred the Ragnarok heroes as well. It's gonna be nasty, and they get knocked back, by the way, by Polyphemus. That's just another thing. So I think Strauss' house should be relatively comfortable here. It's also flooding at the other Ragnarok army. That was certainly a desperation Ragnarok, ladies and gentlemen. We've got not even flaming weapons used with them. I mean, it was available the whole time, right? Why didn't he use flaming weapons? That would have been so good. Might have been enough to push back Strauss. Well, now he's using it, but now you don't have population, sir. It's less than max pop. So it was better to have an army before than it is this. Oh no. Yeah, I think Strauss is gonna just manhandle this. He's got an income behind this. He can pull back. He's not even losing population. He's spamming so much now that he can just maintain his pop and keep going. Oh, I'm getting corrected that there was cooldown. Fair enough, fair enough. Still doesn't work. Still does not work. I think with that, I think we can safely say that Strauss' house should be winning this now. Especially with Polyphemus just running after Fire Giant. Strauss definitely got everything together now. He's destroyed the forward town center and is going to be victorious in this one. But it is a best of 3, so we've got other games to go through. At least one more. 710 kills to 564 is pretty wild stuff. Yes, 1 point then for the Strausser. I'll be looking to join the second one whenever you guys are ready. I'll be ready whenever for the next one, you guys. But I gotta close my window now because now I'm cold. 1 second. Okay, everybody, thanks for waiting. I'm hopefully going to be more comfortable now. It's not stinky anymore, so neighbors have stopped, thankfully. That is indeed fortunate. Alright, we're gonna need one more game to be played between these guys. And hopefully, after this series, we can get in Nora as a guest caster. That's gonna be sick. But he can cook and eat in the meantime, that's fine. We might cover some replays after the fact. But they do end quickly, these series. Unless the guys are very, very equal and both have a good eco. Yeah, this is gonna happen like this. Hopefully we don't have other disqualifications. And group 7, everybody showed up. That might be a really good group to check out later. We might do that. Oh, Iron Maiden's doing it. Check him out. Check Iron Maiden out. Shout out AOL Iron Maiden. There. He should be live. We've got Strauss's other game. Oh, it's unavailable. What? Man. This whole tournament hosting thing and spectating was so much easier when the caster was just in the lobby. I don't know why you have to do it like this. Anyway, just waiting for it to reappear. And then we'll hop right in. Going back to the picks. What happened was Poseidon won and 4 lost, right? So next up, I'm not sure what the map is gonna be. The guys are deciding that in the lobby. I'm trying to find out. It doesn't appear yet, but for Strauss House, he's very comfortable with the Greek, so I'm guessing he's just gonna go Hades. And against Hades, if you expect it, then probably the best way to handle it would be, I would say, Set. Set can really have a nasty setup at the beginning where you just print out your super army from Ptah, Sekhmet, and Horus. Especially the slingers are really tough to deal with. You back them up with a little bit of Vegets in the early game. You get a lot of chariots out. Yeah, Hades is not going to have a fantastic time against that because it requires just a lot of grind to go through that army. And you'll basically be in control. You'll have your shifting sands to be able to do some damage. Jim Carrey is good with Hades and it got stolen. That's a good point, Legend. That's a good point. I agree. I bet he misses that. I don't have a lobby here. What are these guys doing? Oh, the map wasn't revealed. Interesting. Yeah, they're rehosting. Thanks, Strauss. Thanks. I was so confused. The lobby appeared, it disappeared, and then I didn't know what's going on. Which I think just kind of illustrates the problem with this form of spectating. Anyway, no worries. I'm taking a gander at what this Maiden guy is doing. Got Revolt versus Killuminati. That should be a pretty good series. They're playing some China in there versus Kronos. Yeah, Revolt's a pretty good Kronos, so that's gonna be a difficult one for Kilu. Getting flooded hard in that. You guys should have both streams up, that's what I recommend. Still no lobby for us, sadly. Strauss is restarting the universe, I'm pretty sure. It's not restarting the lobby. That's fine. I hope the next universe is better. You can't get the map to start revealed. Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you. You set deathmatch here. Okay, and then map visibility revealed. Right here. That's it. It should be default settings, but I think it remembers your settings, so you probably played once without it, and then it remembered. There was a bug at some point where it didn't automatically set, and from that bugged moment, it probably memorized what you had set. What it automatically set incorrectly. So yeah, once you do it correctly one time, it should be fine from there. Well, let's see the lobby, boys. We're getting very unlucky. But hey, it's up. We got it. Oh, they have no delay. Oh, boys, you gotta have delay. Anyway, let's just get it. We've waited long enough. Okay, here we go with game 2 now. Just in time. As predicted, Strauss House in the blue is gonna be playing as Hades. His opponent on the other side of the map, Buster, aka Jim Carrey, will be playing as Odin, unexpected, and it is difficult as a matchup. Odin, I mean, we buffed it a little bit in the DM mod, right? But I don't particularly think he does great against Hades. So he's gonna have to pull a bunny out of a hat, or two of them, or a bear bunny, I don't know. He's gonna come up with something, because you can't just make a standard Norse army and beat Super Toxotes. Although, Strauss has, for whatever reason, went Athena as Hades, so he's not going to have Super Toxotes, he's not going to have Pestilence in the early game to knock Norse down a peg. Maybe I'm wrong. He's also gone Apollo, so that at least is in order. Strange situation to be in. As for minor gods here, we got Skadi, we got Freya, so So the cavalry is supposed to be pretty good. The throwing axemen are going to be really good. Farming is going to be nice, although Odin doesn't really need farming, you just hunt. The Great Hunt is actually so recastable for deathmatch purposes that you can just basically hunt in your initial patch wherever you choose it, like here on the drafts. That would be great. And you just hunt forever. But are we gonna get to that point? Because Strauss House is all over this again with Hippospis, with Toxotes. And I think they're gonna show the Norse who's boss if he just gets his fortress up in time and pre-queues the Mythic Age. It's gonna be Hephaestus that he picks. So yeah, no super Toxotes whatsoever here. And the Norse Flood should be strong enough to hold, in my opinion. There's enough throwing axes here that Hippospis flooding is just not going to do the job, ladies and gentlemen. And there's gonna be Fire Giant follow-ups, which Hades actually has a little bit of trouble working against. You know, you can definitely pick off one at a time with Perseus, but you really have to micro that guy carefully. Pull him back every time he gets a petrification, and from there is good, but you don't want to run into mass throwing axes because he gets deleted in a jiffy. And those throwing axes are absolutely shredding through the Hippospis. Strauss needs to be watchful of that because this is not a way to make it to the mid game. He might get the second town center here and maybe even the third, but I'm afraid if he keeps doing that, he will run out of food. Gotta be really careful with that. A Norse player has so far spent more resources, especially gold. But, you know, you get yourself a bunch of ramps out, you freeze the army here. And that should basically cover you. Also, this isn't the full Norse army. Half of it is basically building back there. And he's still pushing with just pure throwing axes. This is nuts. Obviously, you won't be able to push into the towers. Maybe a handful of manticores are required here to clean up. Shazas for now is pumping Colossi, however. They're gonna be a good tank, but they're not gonna be killing the throwing axemen. That's their issue, really. They're good against buildings. And especially in the late game when you have a lot of gold, you can just randomly pop out a bunch from 3-4 temples in the side or something. But yeah, Hades' bonus does give them a lot of extra hit points, to be fair. That is something to keep in mind. They're really good at the tanking job, but what Strauss will need to accomplish is to have a massive ball of Toxotes and fight back against this directly. Also, it's very important to not use the Perseus ability on humans, because yeah, he can petrify humans. It's kind of a waste of his ability. You want to use that on Mythians. Great push, however, from Buster, and he's got that Frost ready to go whenever. He's got 3 town centers. Population-wise, he's looking great as well. If he can add some Ballista in, I'm really not sure what Strauss can do. I guess the Petrobolas can snipe the Ballista rather well, but if all the Petrobolas are dead, they can't do anything. I know, very, very smart comment, don't at me. Strauss has a 3rd town center. No favor gatherers, however. Meanwhile, a Norse player has 500 favor. Holy shit. That's insane. He can cast 2 frosts whenever it comes back. This is nuts. The Hippospis keep flooding. Strauss's resources keep getting evaporated. And now it's very important for the throwing axemen to start focusing on the buildings so that they can very quickly get rid of them. They do have a double multiplier against buildings thanks to Burning Pitch being upgraded, of course. And yeah, that will just shred everything here. Shouldn't be any issue whatsoever. Going after the towers one by one at this point. The Ballista are still shedding this fortress, doing a pretty good job of it too. And we are gonna see a bunch of Jarls added in to tank on the front lines. We also have some raiding cav. But for now, the fortresses and the town center and the tower still are here. Strauss has a good army put together. He's finally near the pop limit, and this time everybody's fighting. Unfortunately, the Toxodis are walking into whatever. I don't even know where they're going. They're getting surrounded, however, by the cavalry, and that's not so great. None of these units can beat Jarls. Okay, so that's a huge problem right now. They're regenerating almost as fast as they're taking damage. That's the crazy part. Restoration will be very helpful for Strauss, however, to keep going a little longer, but the throwing axemen are still shredding through his army. He's not had an answer to this all game. Very important to recognize it as early as possible. I think this is going the Norse way this time, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the Shades of Hades coming through, but it's just a little bit too late for them to turn this fight around. There's no more food for Strauss. He's not gathering enough food to begin with. He's on wood, right? But he doesn't have food. More shades, but yeah, even if he can make all these towers, eventually the ballista will chip through it. And Strauss just doesn't have what it takes to stay in this game at the moment. I think we're gonna be moving to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very broke Greek player. Our Norse player has resources. As long as he just remembers to make a few more waves of units, he will be absolutely stomping this location and denying Strauss his production next. After that, there's no way to come back. Strauss can't rebuild the buildings as well as the army. You would have to choose one. Sounds like a lose-lose to me. Okay, the fortress is getting torn down and the TC will be next. Buster's not making units. Okay, I had to say it. Now he is. Now he is. Town center's finally down. Strauss is certainly on the struggle bus, ladies and gentlemen. He's got nowhere to run. He's sticking with the game just in case the Norse player also runs out of resources. There's no clear read on this as the player. Obviously, we can see the exact situation up there, but Strauss can't. These villagers are about to get caught by these raiding cav. That's nasty stuff. You sure all of those are dead? They couldn't run. Now, one by one, these buildings are going to be deleted. And Strauss did choose in the end to rebuild the army. There's going to be an opportunity. He could do a underworld. That's his only hope. Unfortunately for him, Frost is available. So Buster is absolutely in control. If Strauss goes through an underworld, he just gets frozen and potentially resigns. I think that is the fate of this game, ladies and gentlemen. He's nearly at the pop cap. It's just about scouting the other side of the map at this point. Or are we gonna see that? I'm gonna fast forward because I'm getting impatient now. There's no way he's gonna walk it, right? Oh, he's walking it, dude. Okay, let's see if our Norse player will be responding to this. One hand of Polish should be enough to tear down the fortified town center, of course. And it all gets frozen. We're on 4 town centers now for Buster. He's heading to the main, knowing that it's completely undefended. Is this live? Yes. They're just a little bit ahead. Like 1 minute ahead. That's why I could fast forward a little bit. Alright, the town center is getting blasted by mass throwing axemen. And there's no way you can out-repair that. You would need so many Toxodis around to save the town center. Maybe if that extra villager was repairing, then there would be hope. But Even then, it's not enough, I think. You would need all the villagers in the towers as well. Frost has ended, but Strauss didn't refocus his Colossus on the base. Gets picked off immediately by all those heroes. The other Colossus is randomly chilling. Town center will be going down. But it's a trade. It's not what Strauss would have wanted. Towers getting torn down. Maybe the Plenty Vault will get taken over at this point. There's a lot of Toxotes here. There's some hope against all these throwing axes, especially with the Peltas support. Norse player will have to remake that army, it looks like. Yeah, this is what Strauss would have been ideally looking for, but it's not so easy to do when there's other units in the mix getting on top of your Toxotes, right? You gotta really be active with your shift clicking and target the guys accordingly. But this is still a 3 town center Norse against a 1 town center Greek. Strauss is working hard to get back the main town center though. He should be getting that. And this time Strauss has Pegasi. They might be able to cross the map here if they don't fly over the fortress. And we should be seeing an underworld. Is there an opportunity here? Frost is coming off cooldown very quickly. 70 seconds left. It might not be usable in time, but Ragnarok would be. I think Buster could just use Ragnarok to defend against a possible underworld. Meanwhile, a massive raid group is chilling over here by the town center. Are they gonna actually take this thing down? That's insane. No way that will work. Seriously. Underworld Passage cast right on top of the army. He's gonna be taking this across the map on top of the villagers with the Toxotes. Interesting. He will be reducing the size of that Ragnarok drastically. Buster isn't even reacting just yet. Strauss took down the TC. Is there hope to come back? He's equalized the situation mostly. It's now just 80 villagers. And falling. That's crazy. No, he's still getting raided by the cavalry though. The cavalry never got dealt with. Strauss down on just 30 villagers. He doesn't have much of an income, but he does have a Plenty Vault. If only he had a stable game, he could get a second Plenty Vault by now, probably. The Toxotes defending this very, very nicely. We're not gonna see Ragnarok heroes. We are gonna see Ragnarok heroes. They're popping out. They're trying to go after this. Frost was available for now. And the underworld is being destroyed. These guys will just surround the Toxotes. The help is coming, I think. Oh, is he not gonna send back more? He does need more than this. This is what you want, Toxotes. You can't fight that with like 15 Rag heroes. Yeah, you're just gonna take the front TC. That's again a 4 town center Norse. There's gonna be 2 fire giants. Okay, that's the help that was needed. Yes, very nice. The Rag heroes should be able to get into the trade route wall off this little segment. And good to go from there. The throwing X-Men just tearing through the Hippospists again. Not great for Strauss, definitely not. Dropping in population once more. The frost is expired. The fire giants are going after the Toxotes, and what Toxotes? They're gone. They're gone. It's all gone. The TC stays up at 266 health. Oh my god. Buster's now in Strauss's main base. The Ragnarok heroes tearing up everybody. The throwing X-Men could siege the town center by themselves. They don't need actual siege. They are the siege. I think he's really trying to capture this plenty lot, but that's not how it works anymore. In the old game, it was just units being able to capture like that, but now you actually need to clear the buildings first. So, Buster makes a score 1-1. We've got ourselves a longer series here. Going all the way to 3 games in this best of 3. It's good stuff. KD was very oh, he's got the blessed number. Or the other one. That's nice. Bit of a KD lead. Alright, I gotta... Oh, my lights went out. Whoops. Let's fix that. Fixed. Alright, on to the next one. Hades is dead. Odin is victorious. That leaves Strauss' house with the Atlanteans. Does he go Kronos into Set? It might work. You can definitely get some momentum going with that. I think that would be rather cool. That would be rather cool. An Atlantean mirror would probably be in Strauss's favor. I think he's practiced that quite a bit. Meanwhile, we've got a wild series going on Iron Maiden stream between Killuminati and Revolt. Looks like they're going to a game 3 as well. There's a lot of puppies in there. Yeah, Kilu must have been watching. He's doing well there. He knows, he knows. Weston versus Mayo was nice. Good to hear. We might get around to it. No game just yet. We're waiting. Just got a bunch of messages I need to reply to. 1 sec. And we've got a small problem with the brackets because they're not even. So you basically need bracket sizes of 8, 16 or 32 players to be perfectly even and well distributed. When you have 26 like we have today, increased to 28 obviously for group purposes, then there are some matches that will repeat. One of them in this case. Put the crown. What? You like crowns? Let's put the crowns. I don't mind. Put the crowns. There you go. I mean, they should at least put the crown on the heads, right? It's not my website. It makes sense to have the skull emoji on the head. Or on top of the image like that. Okay, where's this lobby? I need these guys to start their lobbying. Ah, it's up. The lobby just doesn't appear for like a minute. AoE 2 doesn't have faces. Well, just one more reason to prefer Age of Mythology. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet another round. What is this? We don't have the spectator UI again. Is this gonna just time out? They can't be already done. Strausshaus in the red color will be playing as Gaia. On the other side, in the blue, this is Buster playing as Oranos. This is a pretty volatile matchup. Look, Oranos does not start with hero citizens, but you do with Gaia, so you immediately have a build advantage. And if you don't go Prometheus, which I believe is the case here. Oh, wait, he did go Prometheus. He has Theft of Fire, Buster does. So yeah, as long as he has hero citizens, they'll be building faster now than the Gaia ones. The guys are spending a little bit too many villagers on manners. You don't need that many. Basically, one villager on the job is sufficient. It's all about the spam from here. We're gonna see a little bit of every unit type. Oh god. Somebody queued 15 Cairo Ballista. Mass palaces coming in. Atlanteans are really good at getting a lot of palaces up. You don't need to put... You ideally want to put one villager on one palace. But yeah, that's what it should look like, roughly. Ultimately, getting to 10 should be no big problem at all. We should see a lot of Arcus. We should see maybe a handful of Hero Contarius when you advance through Theia, which both of them did. Because the Deathmatch mod brings back the Lance of Stone, giving them bonus against buildings, so you can use them to like deny town centers, knock down a palace real quick in the early game if you can catch the army out of position. I think those are some really good strats. Both players are advancing for different minor gods. There's not gonna be a Hecate war. So we've got the Guardian of Io from Atlas, and we've got the Warden of Tartarus from Helios. And the spam is looking a little bit favored for Strauss for the moment, but if the Contarius can just connect with these Archers, that will very quickly turn around. Yeah, Strauss is not retreating. He had a good army, but he's donating it, unfortunately for him. So he might actually be overrun in this one, even though he has all these palaces, which are, by the way, barely pumping units. for him. I don't see the palaces making anything. Meanwhile, we've got fire siphons coming in. We've got destroyers coming in from Buster. Unfortunately, it's all from one palace. He really needs more palaces, man. Citizen Hero is getting stabbed by this robot over there. Maybe Strauss will hold. He's got a lot of firepower in this. Still not making anything from the palaces as far as I can tell. Oh. You have to select the player to see what they're making. Okay. I forget. That's a very, very dangerous blob. You basically have to engage this with myth units, or you engage it with Contarius. There's no other way. Could get a bunch of Term out, I suppose, and flank them. Chiral Ballista versus Chiral Ballista, you would have never guessed that this is what Deathmatch is going to be about. Actually, the answer to them is making a few fire siphons and just targeting them down because they don't have good crush armor. Something to keep in mind. What is this? It doesn't have a tooltip. Whatever this is, we will never know. Never seen that icon. Orano's icon is sick. How do you get that? There's a mod. This is the Orano's icon they used in the beta, and actually I preferred that one. It might have been AI assisted, but I like... Oh, the big blob! Boom! That acid explodes after a little time. And it just killed like 4 units. Very slightly buffed in the DM mod. If you can like get a few of those over the entire army here, you could clean up the entire thing technically. Buster allowed this to happen. He's in trouble now. That's why you need to have palaces. Strauss is gonna take this over. He just sent a handful of units to clean up. That's crazy actually. Holding on the front lines. Should definitely get his own Hesperius tree because these dryads in the long run are going to cause problems. Yeah, the lethal Pierce Armor actually is coming in very useful here for Strauss, as of course Oranos doesn't have access to it, so Buster can't copy it. More Pierce Armor for Strauss than we're seeing for Buster. And I think finally the numbers are starting to add up. The 3 town centers versus just the 2. All these Arcus are shredding the Chiral Ballista to bits. And they might be even enough to handle the Contarius for the most part, but they're kind of doing a great job flanking. There's some infantry there. They'll handle the situation. There are 3 fire siphons versus 1, so that's a very easy snipe. Siege on siege is pretty good. Implode is ready to go for Strauss whenever he wants it. There's no rush here. Wait for the rest of the army to come in. Oh, wait. There's a chance to turn around. Buster. Here comes the suck. Oh my god, it's drawing everything in. Oh my god, I don't think anything's left. Just barely the high HP units. I stopped counting, but that was a sick stunt. Well done, Warden of Tartarus. Maybe 2000 degree flip. Vortexes are available, so if he can remax somehow, there's some hope here. But I think Strauss is in a really good position. He isn't sending anyone else to build up down there. Ideally, you would get a trade with Gaia, but the map is kind of crappy for trade, so I think you're gonna do it as a last resort. He's starting it up. Spreading a little bit of Lush will speed up the caravans and unit on it. And ideally, you actually want to spread the Lush to the fight so that your units run away faster or run towards the guys faster, reinforce faster, and regenerate. All that is super useful. And if you can somehow capture this Hesperius tree, he will get his myth units healed. He's currently got a bunch of Stymphalian birds up in the sky. Just gently supporting everything. And he's got the Hesperides tree. But he's leaving with the burbs. Where's he going? Oh, he's got some citizens to go after. But these are all heroes, so not gonna be the easiest thing. But the palace is coming up. Fanatics can handle the situation, I'm sure. Strauss is punching through the palace as well. It's pretty good stuff. What's the score? It's there. It's on the screen. I will say though, I should have swapped the sides. You make a good point. He didn't say anything, but it's implied. Isn't there something in that UI I'm missing up top? Yes. The spectator mode didn't initiate. We're watching as if it was a replay, but it's not. Because the lobbies don't like showing themselves sometimes. Strauss House is victorious as predicted, guys. He plowed through the middle. There was nothing that Buster could have done about it. Unfortunately, never used his vortexes, so that could have absolutely changed the game. But you can't play Atlantean mirrors with so few palaces. You'll get run over. You'll face a superior army. It's not good, but if you have vortexes ready to go with some fire ciphers and go around, start sniping town centers, kill a bunch of villagers, disrupt the economy, it can hit at a critical time for sure. We are spectating, but not really. The video game sometimes works when it wants to. Right, gamers, with that, we've got the result for this one. That is going to be a 2-1 in favor of Strauss. And he's going to be fighting against Ryuk now. So yeah, we've got the slowest group out of all. I managed to pick it. Good job, me. Good job, me. The Otto one and Jim Carrey will be playing afterwards. We'll be covering that as well as the losers finals afterwards. So just want to clarify that in the group. Alright, just letting the guys know that they need to hold their game. That's good. Yes, Nora. Let's do it. Just jump into any of the MetaPlays voice channels at the very bottom of the Discord and I'll drag you in. And you guys can go and follow Nora if you haven't already. Shout out Nora. Hello, hello. I can, but the guys can't. Hold on. My settings. Okay, try now.
Testing, testing. Hello, everyone.
There you are. Welcome, welcome. How was your little dinner?
It was nice, just noodles and some chicken. Surely not what you had next to you, right?
Hopefully not. I mean, for your sake.
Oh yeah, for sure. Will you screen share on Discord, or what do I do?
No, you should be able to directly spectate this. So if you're just joining for the live series, then that's enough. If you want to join for the replays, then yeah, we will probably need to screen share because that will desync.
I just need to spectate through in-game. Do I need a mod for this?
Yes, you do need the mod. It's
Okay.
in the tournament channel, so you just subscribe, you restart the game, and that's it.
Alright, let's see.
Nora a bit loud, should be 0%. I mean, you have a global thing. You can mute me too. I know people don't like my voice. Ryuk is banning Poseidon and Zeus for this one. Strauss has his opponent, of course. Both guys just won their series. Nuva and Fushi bans. So Shenong is on the table and actually Strauss picks it. Ooh, the first China game of the day. At least here. We've got Isis Ra for and Hades for Ryuk. Shenong, Gaia, Loki, and Kronos for Strauss. So, Nora, this is going to be your first time casting a DM tournament, but you've done DM casting already.
Oh yeah. It was on no patch though, so I don't know any of these changes. I haven't really read up on anything, so I'm coming in very fresh.
It's pretty minimal. It's pretty major for China, so I guess there we'll talk a little bit about it. But for the others, you can pretty much ignore it. It's like tweaks around the edges.
I see. Do you have the game ID somewhere for the upcoming game?
Not yet, because they didn't post it. But
Oh,
let me
okay.
try and get it. Also, are you actually added in this channel? I'm not so sure you are.
Probably not.
Just add you to it. Oh, you are added. You are added. I just gotta add you.
Oh, there.
Nice one.
Let's see. Alright, so you do have a China draft here?
Yes, getting rid of China draft.
Oh.
So Ryuk is really confident with them, and Strauss picking Shenong basically just means that he really doesn't want Ryuk to have it. So he's using the pick as a ban, in my opinion.
Using a first pick as a ban, that means he must be very confident in Ryuk not picking his strong gods, right?
Yes, so Strauss still getting Atlanteans is alright, but Hades kind of got picked away from him. Strauss is a Greek guy, right? So Ryuk banning the Greek, getting rid of Strauss is good stuff. Strauss banning the Chinese, getting rid of Ryuk's best stuff. It's brutal. No mercy in this one.
Damn. Just by looking at the draft, I feel like Ryuk's draft is really nice compared to Strauss, unless Shenong is really strong on patch.
He is still very, very strong. You basically go for the super unit god path, where everything gets upgraded. So that would be, let me just bring it up on screen as well. Right, so basically you're Shenong, right? And you probably are gonna go for Hutu because that's gonna give you Earth Wall, which is just essentially impenetrable early game. Then you got faster building from chasing off the sun. You got advanced defenses for stronger buildings, making Chinese late game insanely good.
Oh, yeah.
Then it's up to you whether you want Rusho or Nuba. You pick Nuba when you care about Scorching Feathers and like extended late game. And Drought on repeat will be just, I'm gonna delete your buildings now kind of god power. Especially if you combine it with Blazing Prairie.
Did Scorching Feathers get a buff on patch, or is it still the same?
Oh, it's nerfed to hell.
Wait, Scorching Feathers gets nerfed on DM patch?
Significantly. You can't use it on heroes, you can't use it on myth units,
Oh.
and it only lasts 2 seconds and not 5.
Oh, wow. This in standard is incredibly lackluster. I'm surprised it got nerfed here. But I guess it's because you always have it immediately and you can spam out units quite quickly, so it gets tons of value.
Well, okay, standard limits China in the sense that you don't have access to the things, right? Like you
Yeah.
have to invest significantly to, I don't know, get your archers up there.
Yeah.
Once you
We're
have
getting the numbers
Chukanu,
up.
yeah, getting the numbers up, exactly. So once you have your mass Chukanu, which is trivial to get in DM because you just put down the buildings and you immediately buy yourself your add-on that makes them train faster.
Mhm.
You're essentially in a spot where you can mass them, and then they nerf the armor of everything while having more DPS per pop than any other unit in the game.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, I guess. Since you
Yeah.
can get a mass of them, it should be significant. Whereas in a standard, it's not likely you'll get such a big number of them early on to make it that impactful.
Yes, we do have the game up and running, so in 1 minute and 20 seconds we'll kick it
Yep.
off.
Yep. I'm waiting as well.
Excellent.
So, who do you favor in this matchup player-wise? I don't know too much of the DM scene. I know Ryuk is really good. I heard you and him are top 1, top 2, right?
Ryuk is way up there. You could argue that Matador is now getting up there. So he's really strong himself. He's practiced a little bit here and there. And you know how good he is in standard. It carries over very, very well because Deathmatch in Retold, because of this large population cap, is actually not so technical anymore. So as long as you can pump, as long as you can micro, you should be fine. The original game was a little bit more timing centric, and like I said, technical. Right now, the meta is a little bit wild, and people spam a lot, and you can get overwhelmed by high pop.
I see.
So
That makes
it's
sense.
really good for the learning process. I think people get in more easily.
Yeah, I played like 3 games and I got the hang of it, but of course I had you guys helping me in chat as well, so that's a bit of a cheat, you know?
Other people watch guides. It's the same.
I suppose.
All right, we've got our game up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop in. Welcome to a winners finals round. I'm joined by Nora, and in the blue color, this is Ryuk playing as Hades.
Yes, and in the red color we have Strauss House playing as Gaia here today. I saw a game of Gaia earlier, my first experience, and it seemed underwhelming because you don't get the dryads out as quick as in standard, right? I'm not sure what you changed there.
So yeah, one thing we changed was we added in this deathmatch mod a little bit of cost to the recast of the tree. So that slows things down a little bit. And in general, God powers recharge 50% slower in deathmatch. To anyone joining just now, you also see that you've got a massive amount of resources to start with, 20,000, but already a handful seconds in, a good chunk of it is spent. So you really need to get your town centers up and running, get some villagers, and, you know, maintain your economy as you're spamming. Ryuk's building very defensively here.
I love his building placement. It is so nice to see. Like, this will help him secure 2 forts there, I believe, and that town center as well, with those walls coming up and giving him a trade route eventually.
That's right.
So he's playing for the late game and try to stall, I assume.
Yes, so this is staple modern deathmatch that you're seeing from him right here. Basically, you secure your second town center while having a ton of production, not having to spend too much time on walling. We call it SimCity as it's called in StarCraft, and you just get a very secure second TC very quickly, and then you can push out with an underworld while you raid a little bit with the initial units that you're making. Going for Artemis is an interesting thing, by the way, for Hades. You're gonna have your Super Toxotes with this God Path. Stronger attacks, poison, even that solar flare thing, which isn't very visible here.
What I am noticing is that the Gaia player did not go for Rhea. Is there a reason behind that? Because if you go through the Leto, Rhea and Atlas path, you get the super fanatics. Are they nerfed
Right.
or something in the DM patch?
Well, I think it's just about the Toxotes, right? Toxotes and Hippospist are just really brutal, and I think he just doesn't want to deal with that. What you do want to do is get to 3 Hesperides trees and pump out 15 Dryads, and then watch the Greek heroes try to struggle against that. You snipe them with your archers, and let the trees do the work as they regenerate. Oh wait, we got the big blob. Oh, the acid just deleted like 8 Toxotes. That was so sick. Pestilence, however, slowing down the Atlantean production. Ryuk might just be able to overwhelm 170 population against 110. Not even the blobs can change that.
I do love the mass palaces though from Strauss House. However, he seems to be building a little bit of every unit instead of going straight for the counter units. What do you think about that?
Yes, I do think he mixed it up a little bit too much. You do need Arcus, definitely. And a handful of Cairo Ballista don't hurt. But not having any Destroyer in this, not having any Fire Siphon in this, and most importantly, not spreading out the buildings a little against Pestilence, which it will come. It happens every time. You have to prepare for that. And if you're not, then you're just going to be overwhelmed no matter what units you make. So I'm more worried about the how rather than the what at the moment.
Do you think he can recover from this immense push Ryuk is putting on him? The 180 army pop to 30 is not looking too good.
Really brutal, man. And you know, behind this Ryuk is getting a third town center. I don't like Strauss's chances, but if he has a chance of doing anything, it's through the Guardian of Ios. The Deathmatch patch does increase their blob damage a little bit. That's why the Toxotes got instantly deleted. You have to walk out of that thing.
So he's gonna try to bank on that until he gets enough time to get back into the game. He is spamming buildings at the back now though.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi is his only hope.
Greek doing an amazing job walling off the map and getting as much map control as possible while not being too greedy.
Absolutely, I love this. I love when people do this. Just, it takes a few villagers, not many resources. You're still in a good spot here at 5 minutes, so why not, you know?
And now looking to deny the third town center of Strauss House on the left as well, with 2 palaces up there. It shouldn't be a problem at all with all those Heliopolis there.
Yeah, Strauss still hasn't used his Hesperides tree, so that might be one way to slowly get back into this. But it will be a very, very slow process. He would need to somehow bleed out Ryuk's resources. I just don't see how he can get that done with not having any gold himself. The KD must be crazy.
Coming. Yeah,
sorry, what's that?
There's also an implode coming soon, and I wonder if Ryuk will think about that and spread his army. But it looks like he's keeping it compact right now.
Heliopolis can take it. So if you put your Toxotes into the Heliopolis before it happens, you can gauge it by your own god power becoming available. So Earthquake is ready. Now you put your Toxotes in. Too late, too late. Here comes the suck.
Oh no, he's getting everything there.
Uh-oh. I think all those Toxotes are toast.
Ryuk is running away. He should have stood in the middle of the implode instead to get sucked in even quicker. Now the army population is actually in favor of Strauss House.
This is his chance. Now or never.
Yeah. However, he is running quite low on gold.
Yes,
whereas
that's
Ryuk
why.
is super stable right now in his economy.
That's why he's putting everything he's got on gold. It's necessary. I wish he used his Gaia trees instead of the regulars.
Oh yeah, he just popped it down. I think somewhere. He's got the Gaia tree down.
No, no Gaia trees.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the Hesperides tree.
Oh no, I mean the Gaia trees.
Yeah, the wood.
H1
Yeah, I just remembered it. I guess it's too much pressure right now. There's so many things to look at and try to remember.
Definitely.
Could be hard. But damn, the Atlantean units are popping off right here.
They're doing a really good job, to be honest. The Catapultes are going to be a fantastic answer to Hippeus. And you know what? You can't make a lot of Hippeus in this. Like, everything costs gold. To make a unit that costs 80 and then doesn't perform exceptionally well is really not an option. And against that army of Strausses, they're not gonna do well.
Yeah. I mean, Ryuk has complete map control right here. I mean, however, Strauss is about to get his third town center up, and he is popped right now, so he's gonna wanna back off, get full pop again with the new town center, and maybe take another fight there.
You know what Strauss is doing that I really like? He's chilling on the Lush. That's gonna regenerate his units a little bit. Every hit point gained right now is ultra valuable. I actually
That
kind of
is
wish
true.
he spread the Lush a little bit more.
Yeah, some eco guilds here and there wouldn't be too bad for him. But Ryuk, full pop, already pushing in. I mean, this is looking scary, but this choke point might actually save Strauss House.
Yeah, the Hippospists are not behaving. They're just kind of standing
idle.
there.
Oh.
Comes the Earthquake. It's gonna shake Strauss's boots, but I'm not sure it's destroying any buildings. Maybe the manors. Is it though? Oh my god, everything's alive.
Barely taking down the Townsend to 280 health, and Gaia's passive will passively regenerate it. All of these buildings will heal eventually back to full.
That's right. He is choosing to repair the TC. Understandable. You really don't want to lose that, but everything else can wait. The Lush dude can do the job.
But look at this, like, Ryuk is completely set up on the map. He can play the slow game here and just keep on gaining control. I'm surprised he hasn't shifted his attention to the left side, though, where the third town center of Strauss House is exposed.
I mean, Ryuk is so loaded at the moment that he can cast his sentinels on the corner with that fortress. That's actually hilarious. I don't know why he would do that, but it's funny. I like it.
I would like to see some more towers nerfed in this patch.
Just a limit. Just a limit. You can't make 30 of them. You
Oh,
can,
what's the limit?
just like before, 20.
Oh, I mean, that's still really good.
Yeah, the fortresses are 10. So, you know, it's still a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
You just can't clog the map, really,
Yeah.
for late game purposes.
Yeah, I mean, if Ryuk gets this tree, Hesperus tree, he's gonna be in such... Oh, he gets it. And now, Gaia can't deal with myth units like this.
Ryuk has a really nice economy behind this. 78 villagers. It's pretty equal to Strauss's, to be honest. It's just the resources he already has that's so nice right now.
But Ryuk has both the corners for a market, whereas Strauss House does not.
True.
He does have a gold mine, though, he's getting.
The trade is only now starting. 69, it's the blessed number. Great.
Surprised to not see any Peltas there from Ryuk, though, when he sees mass archers, but that town center goes down.
God love me some Petroblas. People underappreciate them, but you know, you protect them sufficiently. You put up some walls, you put up some towers, get some of these super Toxotes to guard them as well. They'll be doing just fine. Really good range, really good DPS. Gotta make them.
Well played by Ryuk. Loved the map control and how he slowly creeped into the middle, took the sides, and eventually worked his way into the main base of Strauss.
Yeah, it was just beautifully
Great
done.
play.
He never really got counterattacked in any form, so just established the map and sure. Some things hurt him, like the blobs, like the big suck, but it's something he can take.
He recovered. Yep.
Right, at some point, they will host a game 2. Not sure what the map will be, but we're about to find out.
This is a best of 3 or best of 5?
It's all best of 3 today, and
Oh, I see.
much of the first 2 rounds tomorrow are also going to be best of 3, actually. I can't see their lobby.
I
Oh,
found it, but they're not in quite yet.
yes. Alright, guys, I'm gonna put Nora's ad tag into the title because you guys keep asking. At Nora.
Is John
There
Wick
we go.
still a menace in this patch?
Sorry, what's that?
John Wick, is he still a menace in this patch?
Oh, no. So, he has 25 base damage, so that gets stacked on by every upgrade, which is insane to start with. But he has 6 AoE on top. So, I think, took away 10 of that starting DPS, or damage per attack. So, it's 15 starting, and it's just 2 AoE. So yes, he will still probably be able to 4-shot 3 archers at a time.
Does he have the special ability remaining still?
He does. But, when he can't kill the entire army, he's kind of something you can focus with full upgrades.
Oh yeah, I suppose. In standard, he is like a single winning condition. Like, it's all about John Wick in standard.
Yep, I've seen the tournaments. It's nasty. It's
yeah. So I guess in here, Fuji doesn't really have that power, which leads me to believe the other
until
Chinese.
We changed it. Yeah.
So the other Chinese are better than Fuji, maybe?
I wouldn't say that. I think it's pretty equal between all 3, to be honest. Nu is a little bit faster with the build order, so she'll be putting on more pressure than the others. But the other 2 are really great with their army in their own way. And there's some crazy combos. So for example, you got the burning prairie, right? Calling down all the fire, and then you combine that with the Fey Beast.
And then everything just dies. Yeah. Anyone fell victim to the ceasefire Fey Beast yet?
No. Can't think of that. I think if you're Greek, you're either going Ares or Athena there.
Athena. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, the armor comes in super useful, There's not that much divine damage. Actually, speaking of divine damage, Zeus is kind of nice against China because he's got the Myrmidons. So China's strength comes a lot from armor. You just cut through that. It's great.
I would feel like Zeus probably is like best god. It would make sense for it to be the best god in DM.
He's definitely up there. I don't think he's great in every scenario, but he's up there.
In open maps, I feel like just running hoplite raids is immense value.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. Look, against Norse, it can be difficult to use hoplites though, because the throwing axes just obliterate them so fast. Everything.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's difficult for your own archers to target them because they've got the meat shields up front.
The Berserks, they are very strong since they're fully upgraded from the get. But I imagine Freyr might be the best Norse, if I'm not wrong.
Freyr has the best army, that's for sure.
Yeah. Does he have a Feast of Renown? Is it still the same?
Yes. Yes, that's the same. So you got
so your eco is actually insane.
It is. You barely need food income other than that.
Oh man.
Or you just go flaming weapons and you keep recasting it with your super berserks.
Oh yeah. That's actually insane. You could go flaming weapons and just keep suiciding berserks and going for infernos.
Yeah, and more flaming weapons because you can afford both. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
So
Brave sounds strong and scary.
You just have so much fighting and so many units refunding favor on death that you can just spam god powers and still afford some Fafnirs, which give out less gold.
Oh, they give less gold in the DM pack. Okay.
Yeah, it's just 100 gold, I think.
Oh, that's fine, because in the standard, like 300 is too much to give.
Yeah.
Like,
it's just
they may be strong, but I cannot justify sending 300 gold to my opponent.
And that's after paying for the unit, so
Yeah. So it's like double doubling
burning it.
down on it being bad. Yeah.
Yeah, you burn a cannon on both ends. The unit is good, so I don't think there's a problem with that. And the other thing that's really good about Norse is Loki with Hell. You just print giants. It's insane, especially if you can print
Oh,
Jotuns. That's really terrifying.
Oh.
And you
That's
start with
actually
200
true.
favor, right? So it's possible to have a rush of like 10 plus.
That's
Anyway,
crazy.
we're in the game. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Let's kick it off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for game number 2 on Savannah. And Ryuk is swapping over to 4.
And on the top side, we got Strauss House now on Shenong, showing us the business about why China is so strong still, even after nerfs. I'm excited to see this, Naka.
Yes, so in Deathmatch, you are supposed to spam Kuafu. Okay, it's gonna dry up your favor. You're not gonna make that many myth units as Chinese. But really the core of the Chinese army is all about the more advanced units. So basically, highly upgraded Dao Swordsman, highly upgraded Chukanu with all the minor god buffs. And we'll see. He's going for Fey Beast here. I really thought that wouldn't be the case, but it works. It works. That
How
was
is
Swordsman
like
on the play.
Nuba Zurong play with fire archers from Shenong into Norse? Wouldn't that be very strong?
It would, because they would be reducing enemy armor. They'd be just strong against buildings as their base trait.
Yeah.
Of course, burning
And they're
pitches is going to
cheap.
be done.
Yeah.
And they're cheap.
And they're relatively cheap. Yeah. So they would spamming those would be ideal here, no?
I think so. But, you know, 4 is going to very comfortably handle China. The reason is, and you can already see Ryuk starting to prepare, he's making so many hill forts, and there's a reason for that. China doesn't have a clean counter to infantry. They don't have a Hippospis, they don't have an Axeman. They only have their archers. So what do? You make Berserk and you make Huskar. Especially with all their upgrades done, which we have. Tier super Berserks are gonna be insane to begin
scary.
with. They'll donate you so much favor. Then you just keep using flaming weapons. It's nuts.
Oh man, look at Norse's map control already. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and this is a TC focused build. If Ryuk
wow.
really wanted to, he could paint the map blue. He's going easy on that in favor of having faster town centers right now. The fastest second town center you could get is like 2 minutes. It happens before you reach the Mythic Age. This is a slower version, but he has more map control. So, you know, give and take, give and take. Let's see what those Berserks can do. He just sent 19 out to hunt Kuafus. He gets one. Oh god.
Oh man. This
Can
is
he get the
brutal.
others?
And he might deny that TC, no? 20 seconds. I think that TC will get denied here.
Yes, one of the factors in DM is the TC is built so much slower. It's like 50% speed. So that one's going down.
Oh, this is such a big hit on Strauss House.
Oh, another Kuafu going down. Maybe a third. That's disastrous.
Oh no.
Oh
And-
god. Yep, that's game. He's calling it. Didn't even make it to the Mythic Age.
Can't blame him. Losing those Quafus right there, I don't see how he can come back. Because he won't have any building power, right?
That's exactly right. I think what happened is Strauss went a little bit too far out. So you're supposed to kind of defensively build like Ryuk did in the first game. Remember that with the SimCity, all the buildings connecting to make a wall. Yeah, that's what you gotta do here. And then just be happy with your second town center. You don't need too many buildings, just enough to pump, and then try to fight the Norse off. Push slowly
Could
towards
have
your
had
third.
army there to defend. Because it makes sense that Norse would send a couple of berserks to try to deny town centers, right? So why not have an army there beforehand to make sure you get that TC up?
Yeah, exactly. And if it's walled off, then they can't enter to begin with. If
Exactly.
you completely focus on the town center after a handful of initial buildings, then it would be already up as well. So that's the idea behind the fast second town center. It's just so secure. Sure, you'll have to play for map control. It's gonna be a tough time, but it's better to have a town center and a bigger army than to not.
True. True. Very well played by Ryuk.
Yeah, Ryuk is just super
Both games
solid.
super clean.
Some people are saying Matador will stop him. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Ryuk is certainly capable of a lot of stuff. That is a 2-0 then, and yeah, Ryuk can go party. His day is finished.
That was quick day for Ryuk, no? He won every game 2-0 or every series.
But actually, our group is the slowest. The other groups went way faster. Matador, we were like 20 minutes into the day and he was finished.
Oh man. Did he win that quick, or did they?
There was a disqualification on the other side because of a no-show. So it's just the guy showed up. 20 minutes done. Goodbye.
Damn.
Can meet the family for Easter.
Oh man.
But yes, we've got the next game coming up. That's going to be between the Otter One and Jim Carrey. So yes, guys, please go ahead. I've got your draft. We'll take a look in a sec.
Okay, I will be leaving you now because I feel like I want to watch and through your POV and try to learn a little bit more since I'm still new. And I would love to just sit back and watch you do your thing.
Fair enough, but either way, I do appreciate you joining, Nora. That was fun. Yeah, and hope to see some DM from you every now and then. Of course, standard is great, but I think the reason to play DM is first to work on speed in a kind of different environment. It's just really good for your APM. Second thing is really good for your late game once it gets there. So yeah. That's my pitch.
I agree. No, I agree. DM is also really fun. Like, it looks really fun to both watch and play. And I kind of got that. Like, at the last second when I was watching the first series you cast, I was like, damn, maybe I should have signed up. Even though I had zero practice, I still think I could have had some fun.
There are players in this tournament with zero practice, FYI. So,
yeah.
There's always the next one.
Sent it. Yeah, I'll probably join the next one. Looks really fun. But yeah, thank you for having me, Naka, and best of luck with your casting. I'll be watching from the sideline.
Yeah, of course. And thanks for joining. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Psst, psst. Follow Nora. Go, do it. Do it. We've got the draft. I'll do one more shout out. Let's do that. I'm timed out of the shout out. Got it. Well, just click his name in the title. You guys can't be that lazy. I'm sure you can figure it out. All right. We've got the Fushi. Rest. Yes, Ryuk. You can go nap. You can go nap, or watch the stream and nap. You're pretty good at multitasking. I'm sure you can figure it out. Anyway, we got Shenong and Fushi banned by Buster. He doesn't want to deal with it. He allows the Nuwa though. He's gonna pick the Nuwa himself. Got Easter lunch with the family. No nap allowed. Fair enough. Eats the family. I mean, what? We've got the Otter One with Freyr and Gaia as the picks. Picks? Did I say picks? I meant bands. My brain is mush. Chat knows. Don't have to explain. Hades pick. Legend pointed this out earlier, actually, and, he is really good with Hades, it's true. Not surprised at all to see it as his first pick. Otter One picking up the two Norses. I've seen, when he was streaming, he's really new to AOM, but he's an experienced AoE2 deathmatch player, so it would take some time to learn. But I've seen him practice the Norses, and Loki and Thor are definitely good picks. Freyr would have been a good pick for himself. Like, I don't think he should have banned Freyr. He's just such a solid Norse. And that way, he could have played all the Norse. Now he can't. All the Greeks are getting picked by Buster. Oh god. Oh god. This is rough for a new Norse player to handle, because, you know, you really do need some experience to get a clean build order, to not just get flooded the hell out of the game by Greek. Once you have a good build order, you can rely on the power of mass throwing X-Men, however, and that's pretty solid stuff. If there's buildings, if there's a little bit of frontline, if there's mass TA behind it, Greek is gonna be slowed down to a standstill, and you kind of have to play around it. That's a death ball, and you can't fight it directly. Unless you have Peltasts and God Micro. It takes a lot of work and APM. Right, we've also got Ra and Isis for the other one. I'm sure Legend is already partying to see some Isis. Alright, I'll be ready to join their game whenever. They're not started yet, so we're not missing out just yet. Okay, I've got this lobby link in my browser, and it doesn't want to go away. Okay, now I got it to go away. I figured it out. Is China dominating? No, China is getting banned a lot. They're barely present. We really aren't seeing a lot of China. People are using all their bans on them. And Shenong is not getting banned much on at least this stream. We will see how it goes. Okay, we've got the lobby up and running. But the guys haven't started yet. Man, we're getting very unlucky with this group, like... Oi! Soup. Soup just installed Domino Dreams, thanks Soup. Yeah, we do have a sponsor for today, so you guys can feel free to take a look. Just grab the QR code over there, or use the link that keeps getting spammed by the bot. At the very end of the stream, I'll do like a half-hour segment both today and tomorrow. They're helping us put on these tournaments, of course. These sponsorships. And when you play the game, you're also supporting the project. By just installing and completing chapters. You'll see that in the bottom left, you basically complete levels of the domino game, and then you gain a star, then you use the star on building whatever the chapter wants you to build. I think for YouTube peoples, the description section also has it. Oh, the players don't see each other's lobby. Oh no. Wonder how much China ban is just because of standard game mode and not players knowing of what's going on with the DM mod. Well, China is still really good in the DM mod. I think Norse beats them. They're just design-wise, they're not set up to beat Berserk and Huskal in this scenario. I just really don't know what you do against it because you don't have a straight counter. And then they hit you with the wolves. It's really tough stuff. The other civs have a problem, especially Egypt. They can't put together a composition to beat China. They don't have very strong infantry, so the one weakness that China has doesn't exist there. Scorching Feather and Zhurong Fire Archers. I mean, in theory, the True Canoe would be better just for DPS still. Maybe not with the nerf. Maybe not, but yeah, honestly, the problem is that you have this slow blob, and then you keep getting hit by 2 groups of 10 wolves, right? So they'll just tear your economy apart. You have to be really careful with vaulting up and protecting your villagers with heroes, and your heroes are pretty slow. So it's tough. It's definitely a tough matchup. You'll be dealing with flaming weapons as well. And the Berserks are reinforcing the flaming weapons play by contributing favor back when they die. So it's not only that they generate a lot of favor to begin with by constantly fighting, but even when they die, they help. Alright, we've got our match up and running, finally. We are very unlucky with this group, but we're figuring it out. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another series here. In the blue color, we've got Buster playing as Hades. And in the red, it's none other than the Otter one. That sounds better in my head. Anyway, he'll be building up front, hopefully empowering the monument there. The market's coming up super quickly. We are seeing several barracks getting placed down. He's learning from his previous games, definitely. Buster is spreading out his villagers super nicely to all these buildings. Lots of military academies and archery ranges, so the spam will be rather nice. But Hades has to be a little bit careful against a Ra that's going for the Ptah and Sekhmet and Horus God path, because, well, you'll just be facing super slingers, super axemen, super spearmen, so yeah. That's tough even for Hippaspis to deal with, those axemen, and then being backed by counter archers that counter them is definitely a flip on the usual relationship. What the Otto one should have done is make a handful extra badges just to guard this initial group of villagers. It's just so helpful to have a little bit extra firepower, but of course once you're mythic, you might as well add in the Avengers. Call in the Avengers. They're also gonna have some camels out. They're not particularly buffed by anything here, just raw. So they got a little bit extra attack, but other than that, not much to speak of. The spearmen are actually not going to be necessary, but see? Empowering this monument means that all these buildings are now training fast, and it's fully upgraded, right? So the levy and conscript upgrades are in. These units are training in no time at all right now. In fact, the Otter one is having problems with population, I'm pretty sure. He didn't make the houses. 135 is his max. So yeah, a lot of houses still left, which is why you gotta put more people on houses than the 2. At least the priest is helping. Sometimes you have issues with him not following the villagers, but here it's working. So yeah, guys, Ra should be great here to beat up Hades, especially once we're gonna start to see a handful of chariots. It will basically force out Prodromos, but they're not gonna do so great once they're faced by a meat shield of Avengers and potentially spears. Horus spears, no less, which have massive bonus damages against them. Buster isn't building the town centers with a lot of villagers, which could come back and bite him. The KD must be heavily in favor of our Ra player here. Spin to win. It makes no sounds. Just silently spin to win. Very tight. I miss the sounds from the Avengers, man. I'm gonna cry. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, he's getting right in the middle of all those archers. That would have been sick if timed correctly, but the abilities are on auto cast, so you know they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Still, that was a lot of kills over there. Beautifully done. And the elephants added as a meat shield. Man, the other one is learning fast. He's gonna be a force to be reckoned with. He's got all these Migdor strongholds up now. Citadels are supposed to be coming in momentarily. It just came off cooldown. Shifting Stance is available, and this is definitely a building busting army with the elephants in there. Add a few siege towers, and yeah, you can just go here or there. Take out the houses, or just continue fighting straight up since the KD has been alright. But the third TC is missing for the other one. He will need at least Citadel to help him keep up at least somewhat with that population discrepancy. Gotta be really careful with the peltas. A lot of them are shooting random things, but once micro, they could cause a lot of trouble here to those chariot archers. They are actually the answer to what Ra is doing. The slingers, well, they can handle them, right? But these are Artemis. They are Artemis peltas. Their DPS is 6.5 and they have poison on top of that. That's quite a bit better than what the slingers do. They also have more health, I recall. 91 to 85. Every little bit helps. More importantly, they have 56 pierce armor and these guys have 53. The two together add up. Wow. That Greek army is wrecking ever since Pestilence has been cast. Didn't comment on that, but I mean, it's obvious enough. Everybody knows what Pestilence does. Buster is on 235 population, only struggling in the food department. Otter One is out of gold, but he's got a massive amount of catapults coming up for some reason. I don't like it. Oh, the catapult's getting poisoned. What the hell? I forgot that was a thing. Okay, there is Tornado. Cast it on this army and everything will disappear. That's the one hope for the Otter One right now. He's got the 3 TCs at least, but the patrol bullets are already sieging down his base. He doesn't have a whole lot of stuff around here. He's gonna turn it into a Citadel, which will buy some time, to be fair. Earthquake is being used on this front build of the Otter One. Tornado! Oh man, the entire army is gone. They're not in Kansas anymore. Fly, my pretties. Okay, well, here's the next army. Buster's like, deal with it. Yeah, he can afford to remake those. And it was just Peltas anyway. He can make some better units. Not if they cost food. They have to cost something other than food. I don't know why between these guys I just don't get the spectator UI. I joined them as soon as their lobby was up. So they can't have finished. Also, it's a 7-minute game. There's no way I was 7 minutes late. 21 shades. That's the reward for a tornado. They also cause population, of course. So, you know. They'll be actually blocking units from coming out, allowing more villagers to be made. Very gradually. Citadel has been destroyed by the patrol bolas. Other one just kinda, you know, spammed a little bit too hard. He tried to make 10 plus catapults. They're hella expensive at 400 resources apiece. Just can't afford that. You know, if he empowered the farmers and there was rain used, he would be able to get a little bit of food going at least. And, you know, he needs that very badly. Especially if he could do it together with the main. The initial gold mine is about to run out. This is a highly upgraded army though, so they're kind of holding their own for the moment. Chimera are never going to be the best bet against Egypt, unless they raid. The priests are just kind of nullifying them. They don't have that much health, and the divine damage just blasts them real hard. Got Paltas army once more. Trade route is trying to do something, but it's a very tiny amount of caravans for now. It'll be difficult to make anything work. You can see our Greek players not even bothering with it. Well, because villagers just have more gather rate on gold, so they're also much cheaper. So you can just wait with this. Don't need to go caravans while you have very secure gold mines. See, let's have these 3 very nice gold mines. You could say that one is easy to secure. So Buster is more than happy with his current situation. He can just keep pumping those chimeras out. Now that he has food. He has wood for days. Well, Otto one's holding on to dear life, but little does he know that Buster can do this all day. We just got followed by Spectator Manager, if I read that correctly. Thanks for that. Can you please do your job and then make spectator mode work? Thank you. I missed my stats. Well, Buster's just coming forward. He's taking the town center as he should. And Peltas are so numerous they can snipe caravans in one go. That's nuts. Caravans should have wheels on them to make him go faster. That's right. For the wheel and deal. Citadel Center is down, ladies and gentlemen. Can be only one. Is Buster gonna have to delete everything? No. Otto1 does give up. He took his time here to think through supposedly the next game. What map do I want to go? What god do I want to pick? You know, it's his tournament life on the line at this point, so it's pretty important. He did so much better in this than in the other games though. Like build order wise, he was starting to get his thing together. I think just a little bit more precision there and he should be in a pretty good spot overall. Alright, the next match is already going. Or not. That's not the next match yet. We don't have a lobby just yet. Now Strauss House will be waiting for the winner of this. So we very likely have a rematch going on. In the bottom side of all that. I think while we wait for these guys to start their next match, I need a bathroom break, so I'm gonna be taking that. You guys, hope you're having a great time. Please make sure to hit that follow button. Create an account on our website as well, because we are gonna post the next tournament. It's gonna be already up tomorrow. Well, supposedly tonight after I'm done streaming, I'll post it. And you'll be already able to join the next tournament. It's gonna be great. All right. With that, I'll see you in like 2 minutes. Thanks for waiting, everybody. Alright, let's see if we can hop into the next match. I still don't see a lobby yet. When music never gets old, true. Deathmatch is a great way to increase your APM. Exactly, like it's just great practice because it literally forces you to be fast. There's no choice. You have to be fast if you want to get everything done. There's so much going on. There's so many units you have to create, and so many villagers you need to allocate, so many buildings you need to make, so many raids you have to take care of, so many locations on the map to grab. It's insane. And it's faster than ever. So yeah, if you wanna get good at doing many things quickly, this is your little mini game to play. Definitely. And then once it stabilizes, you learn late game. But a much higher likelihood than standard. It often goes into the 20-30 minute mark, which in Deathmatch does count as late game. So yeah, you know, I do think standard players are usually super good at getting all their upgrades, right? Once they have them, sometimes they fall apart a little bit. So I think having the experience and practice, because you don't get them from standard. The god powers typically end the game, right? The champion upgrades come in, the god powers get cast. It's like, okay, Now what? Darth Nox defeated by Velit. Oh, no shame in that. Velit is a really strong player, so it's great to see him coming back as well. And it is your first big DM tournament, right? With all the big boys now showing up. So, you know. Things happen, things happen. It's a learning experience. There's always the next tournament. You had a really tough group as well with Mini Yeti also in there. He's a tough gamer. Where is this lobby, man? We have a lobby. Oh my god, can this lobby please work? Now it's showing. Hopefully this time we're still not getting the spectator UI. What is happening? Bro. Just no. Okay. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we once again don't have a spectator UI for this game, and I have no clue why it's happening, but it is happening. So here we are. And in the blue color, this is Buster, playing as Zeus. His opponent on the other side of the map, playing in the red as Loki. This is the Otter one. Trying to make a lot of great halls immediately. Not as many barracks, however. Building very much focused on home base rather than the town center or the outer areas of the map. I'm a little bit afraid he's going to get flooded by Buster, who knows that Hippospis train fast and counter the Norse infantry. So getting them across the map here wouldn't be very difficult at all. A lot of berserks are being made, but what's very important for Norse is that in the initial build order you include a lot of long houses, as that will allow you to get more berserks, therefore more buildings, therefore faster age up time, therefore faster town center. And ideally you wouldn't focus too much on building in front, you'd focus on building the side base exactly like this. But with tied to building placement, then you get a fast TC, then you're comfy. But Otter is getting closer and closer to figuring out this kind of stuff. And he should have his hell upgrades coming through. With a lot of boars and a bunch of Sons of Muspel, the fire giants of hell. With 840 health, which is kind of insane. Zeus is one of the best gods at dealing with this though. Question is, can he deal with the Hippospis spam? So far, so good. The fire giants are kind of doing the trick. It's looking nice. Paddleboards are going insane. Unfortunately, they themselves don't do that much damage. I mean, they're really good at kicking things around, and then the army is supposed to do the work, but it's kind of not working. Hey, what? What just got undermined? Was there a fortress trying to be made? It's not going to damage these buildings. I think you kind of want to save that for like deleting towers or something. That's essentially the best usage. We've got a Medusa up front now. A lot of Peltas. More Medusa. And the more Medusa you can really get, the better this situation is going to be. Especially once backed by the Greek heroes. They'll be able to just petrify all the myth units. And they have great range. They have great pierce armor. So even the Godi are going to have difficulties reaching them. And And the Peltas happen to be really good against both Goldie and throwing axes. So actually, when you have them instead of Tuxodis, you're gonna have a much better time against Norse. And I think Buster is doing a great job of putting that on display right now. Just how good Peltas can be. But of course, Fire Giants with their special attacks can clear them very fast too. Not that they couldn't do that with Tuxodis, of course. Medusa's working overtime here. Yeah, Peltas are gonna have to pull back. I don't think we have quite enough Myrmidons on the field. It would be nice to see a little bit more meat shield up front. Right now, the Peltas are getting surrounded by the Berserks. It's a massacre. Oh my god, has the Otter one figured it out? He's got a massive spam behind this. If he can build a frontal temple, the Amphibians will reinforce much better as well. Did the Medusa get nerfed? Yes, in terms of population and cost, but not by much. I mean, they're 4 pop, that's still a very cost-effective myth unit. They also lost 1 range so that they can't outrange buildings. It's pretty minor nerfs. The stats are roughly the same. Flaming Weapons is coming in. There's no ceasefire to counter it. The Greek army is sticking around to fight. That probably isn't what they want to do. Good news is that the Fire Giants aren't impacted by this, if you're Buster. But I think Buster is about to find out. He messed around. He's gonna find out now. Oh boy. All it takes is for those Fire Giants to do their specials. He's doing a good job running away for now. Trying to bait out that lightning storm. I guess if he could get an underwater passage here in the Bad Town Center area while this is going on, then he could ignore it for the most part. But he's trying to also protect his villagers. He wants that third town center, understandably so. Belorphin is running away. Can't really take on the Flaming Weapons throwing Axemen. And now that they're no longer Flaming Weapons, boys, they're no longer as threatening. Belorphin jumps back in to do some damage. Odysseus is doing his very best as well, but it's just not much he can do all by himself. You need all 4 heroes out here for Greek. You want to make a difference. CC is going to be taken down. I think the Otto one might have figured it out, guys. The build order is still rough, but he's getting some value delivered. His army is going to be cleaned up in the end, but that wasn't so bad. Oh wait, his gold is out. Well, he's gonna have to work hard with the markets. Ooh, he's trying to make all the markets. If anybody asks how many markets the other one wants, the answer is yes. Working on the next town center. I don't think he's gonna get that, but he could get a Nidhogg. And this army isn't very good against a Nidhogg, let me tell you that. Are we gonna see the dragon? Come on, now's the time. Oh god, that's a lightning storm. Well, there's an opportunity to garrison here. But I think the Norse population is gonna feel this. They're getting replaced. There's a lot of buildings making units after all. Wow. It's the economy that's gonna feel it more than the population. Okay, here's the dragon. Let's see some dead Peltas. No! That's the wrong direction, sir! Oh no! He didn't roast anything at all. That could have been a million times better. Oh well. Maybe he can build the town center. Holy crap! They're clumped up, they're getting absolutely melted by the Nidhogg. Another special attack may be ready soon, to be honest, but I'm not sure it's gonna be necessary. The Medusa are doing a number to the Nidhogg, to be fair, but the entire Greek army is gone. Oh, Paper Dragon no more? Turns out if you don't have heroes, you actually have to respect this thing. Neat. He killed 3 Medusa! Amazing work. The Paper Dragon thing was for another game. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Anyway, 3 town centers for the Auto one are established. Sharp as paper. Yeah. The portable ram follow-up is cleaning up super nicely. Oh, the paper dragon's getting sniped after all. By the heroes. There were 3 of them. Either way, now that Buster has the satisfaction of deleting the Nidhogg, the Auto one gets his first victory in our Deathmatch tournaments. This is a pretty good deal. Ooh, can he come back and turn the series around, turn his tournament life around? Perhaps Strausshaus would be the next obstacle, but Strausshaus didn't look that much stronger than Buster, so maybe the new guy can turn this around. This is exciting. I'm getting my popcorn. No, I'm not, because I don't want to eat on stream. You get it. Anyway, moving on. You guys can get the popcorn. Also, I'm allergic, so why would I say that? Anyway. Let's see them host the next one. Score's now 1-1. Ooh, the Auto one's gonna be sweating now. It's so stressful, man, when you play a new game that you barely know. And you must perform because you're being watched. Allergic to corn, actually. So I have to watch out. Can't get anything with corn flour, with corn syrup. Actual corn. Sweet corn, that is. Yeah, just can't do it. Popcorn, nope. Makes me choke. Legend's allergic to peanuts. Well, people with peanut allergies are typically in much more trouble than what I am. So. Feel bad for Legend, not me. I can live with this. Peanut allergy is like really dangerous usually. Worst case, in my situation, I just get uncomfortable. Doesn't everything have corn? No? What do you mean? Not in Europe. That's an American problem. we don't really have that in everything. We have a lot of wheat-based stuff usually. Unfortunately, I'm fine with that. Okay, my browser is being a piece of rubbish. I'm gonna have to restart my game just to get in lobbies. We're working on it. Meanwhile, the current status of affairs is as such, I believe. I think this is where we are. So, oh wait, no, it was Ra in the first one, wasn't it? Sorry, my bad. Ra died. And Hades was victorious. Yes. So 4 is still on the table. That's what the Altar one could do. He's not gonna have the completely crazy fire giants, but he's gonna have everything else that Loki has. So I think that could very well work out. Got the next lobby, hopefully in a moment. Come on. Okay, they haven't started yet. They're picking their gods and whatnot. So the map is gonna be Megalopolis, the one with the 5 town centers. Well, you go up to 4 town centers, really. There's 3 of them. 1 in the middle. I like Tor there a lot because you just do a full population flaming weapons. That's it. That's how simple my reasoning is gonna be for that one. Odin to try and counter 4 could work out. If you get a sick Frost, I think that can go a long way. But I don't particularly think that there's anything Odin can do that Thor can't do. You do have the faster unit training, which includes villagers, if you go for Heimdall, right? So you're gonna have a good situation with your defensive buildings. You're gonna have your own undermine to clear out the enemy defensive buildings, especially towers just get deleted by that thing. So you can't build towers tightly next to each other as the other guy. But I don't think Thor really plays around that anyhow. And in terms of what minor gods you want to go, it should be a tier mirror. So wolves are going to be running around trying to pick off villagers that dare to leave the safety of the base. And if you go for Bragi, they're going to be faster. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Why is my game doing this? I'm going to show you guys. Why is it doing this? It's just stuck on refreshing. It's so annoying. I can't click anything. This is why I keep crying about it. It doesn't matter if you back out. You have to actually restart the game to resolve this. It's just endless refreshing. So just restart. Yeah. Eventually we'll get into a game that's already ended. And then it will crash. That's why I'm annoyed. Problem is, this thing doesn't work. There's still no guarantee that it will work now after I restarted, but it does. We're lucky. We're lucky. We made it. Sometimes the game is pretty good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game number 3. Buster is going to be going in with the Poseidon here. And on the other side of the map, playing as 4, this is going to be the Otter one. I really like the 4 pick here on Megalopolis if 4 can establish the middle TC in addition to the other 2. You get such a massive population spike that it should be possible to get a victory through flaming weapons. Especially because there's no ceasefire here from the Poseidon side of things. This is a Pestilence pick. Obviously, Ares Hippospist rushing across the map from the Classical Age onwards is going to be a tough thing to face off against. You know... Oh, dinosaur follow-up. Interesting. Interesting. There might be bronze to counter the flaming weapons. This could be actually kind of crazy. AOL Iron Maiden has raided us. Welcome, AOL Iron Maiden. Long time no see, buddy. Thank you for covering some of the tournament. I hope you had some fun with the games. We're covering a newcomer, Otto 1. He's coming from AoE 2's DM scene. And he's learning as we go. So that should be pretty special, because he's actually fighting Buster, aka Jim Carrey, who's relatively high up on the Deathmatch leaderboard in terms of matchmaking score. And somehow he managed to eke out a win here in the losers match, so the other one might not be eliminated as a brand new player to Age of Mythology. This is super cool. But can he survive here? I don't think he's building the right buildings. He's got such a strange way of going about things, as obviously he is still learning. He might not get to the Mythic Age in this one, ladies and gentlemen. I might have spoken too soon. He does make it to the Mythic Age, but this is a tragic beginning to the game. And Pestilence will be available in 17 seconds to affect his 4 buildings. This is not good. This time he is not up through hell. He doesn't have hell. He's going 4 here, right? It's a big problem. And here's 175 population from Buster coming through. Oh my goodness. There's a Pestilence. No mercy to be had. And now the units are training mega slowly. Good news is that the Hippospis don't do too much damage against buildings. But with so few buildings, it's just not going to work out. I don't know why he made villagers over here. The myth units might be kicking around the Hippospis sufficiently. Let's see what happens with that. Fortunately for the other one, Buster has been sitting back with the rest of his army that he produced. This is once again going to be pretty brutal, especially with heroes in it once he has those. He does have Atalanta and Polyphemus. Piggies are trying to make something happen, but there's just too many units, and now the heroes coming in soon as well will just potentially spell the other ones, and finally makes it to the Mythic Age. But yeah, that did not work out very well at all. Buster is on 3 town centers, soon to be working on 4 of them. Oh no! The puppy got bonked! Hydra gonna eat everything up. Heads are gonna grow. Certain other heads are gonna roll. Oh man. Can we get a 5-headed one to finish this off? Because I think the outcome is pretty obvious here. The other one gave it a good old college try, but we'll need a little bit more practice. There's always next tournament, you know, that the practice levels are gonna go much higher for him. Hopefully he had fun with this. Buster coming in with the 2nd Pestilence, because what's better than 1 Pestilence? Yeah, this is. He can cast Bronze. He will have Earthquake to follow up if there's any buildings left. The Hydra is still regenerating and going, of course, with 4 heads now. Come on, 5 heads. Gimme! Get it! Oh, Bronze Hydra, even better. Oh no! We can't have 5 heads! And the TC will actually destroy it. No! They killed Billy. Or shall we call him Henry the Hydra? Well, 4 TCs for Poseidon. And that's gonna be a victory. GG, well played. Better luck to the other one. Next time, Buster has a rematch coming up with Strauss House. Let's take a look at that. I really hope everybody will sign up to the next tournament, by the way. Really looking forward to seeing whether you guys are convinced by this. I think it's just super fun. That's number 1. But number 2 is practicing Deathmatch helps you with your speed significantly. There's just so much to do. Number 3 is if you learn the basics, you can make it to the late game. Do you get standard practicing your late game? I don't think so. The games end pretty quick once you're in Mythic. So you get that out of it. Alright, next up. Next up we got Buster versus Strauss coming up. So these guys can do their picks and bans. Who won? Buster won 2-1. That's Jim Carrey on the website. You got your goal. 1 game win. There you go. Nicely done there. Nicely done. Alright, after this next series, I'll be taking requests on what specific game to cover from replays. So it can be single matches, it can be entire series. I'll be doing that for like 2 hours or something after this series. Funny Liquid, you can absolutely request your set. You just let me know which one. But first I will cover Strauss versus Jim Carrey. Funny versus Mayo. Sounds good. I happen to somehow pick the group that's taken the longest. Oh well. I see there was a bit of casting going on there by Mini Yeti and whatnot. I'm not gonna show you guys the brackets because we got all the spoilers in there if you haven't seen them. But I'll show you at the end when I'm done with the casts. Here we are. Here we are with our draft process between Buster and Strauss House. Let's get it. Got the Nuva and the Kronos bands from Buster. Doesn't want to deal with Strauss's Atlanteans. But there's still Gaia to use. Strauss did well with that. Loki gets banned. And he probably should get rid of one of the Greek ones. Because obviously Buster's gonna pick one. I guess Strauss could pick 2 Greeks. Oh, banning Fushi. I'm not even sure if these guys play China themselves. Buster's gonna pick up the Hades. Should see Poseidon and Zeus from Strauss. It's pretty good with Greek. Probably doesn't want to go up against Hades with either of them, because the Hades Tuxodis are just absolutely nasty. Or getting picked up. And Odin. Strauss, as predictable. As predicted, he got himself a Gaia. Freyr would be a great pick, but I'm not sure how comfortable he feels with Norse. He usually picks Greek and Atty. Whereas for Buster, it's available now. So, yeah, Freyr would be great. Shenong is still there. I mean, they're worried about China, but I'm not sure they know about each other, whether they use it. Ra. Okay, did not expect that from him. I've never seen him play Egypt, to be honest. This is gonna be interesting. Yeah, sometimes this format forces you off your main gods, but these guys didn't actually ban each other's main gods. They played around the edges with the bans. So this is gonna be interesting. Right, the lobby's being hosted. We should be joining fairly soon. Just gotta wait this out. Well, my lobby did disappear, so supposedly they're already off to the races. Hopefully the guys will be quick getting the lobbies done, because this group, we've probably waited at least 40 minutes just to get into lobbies. It's not been great. Do I need a posture check? How do you know? I'm not even... Yes, I do. I kinda do. Alright, we've got the first map coming right up. It's gonna be Megalopolis. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the decider match from Group 4 of the £1,000 Deathmatch tournament. In the blue color, this is Buster playing as Hades. On the other side, his opponent, it is Strausshaus. I'm sorry to say that once again, we do not get the spectator interface. It's something with these guys. I have no clue what's going on. We found some kind of bug and I just don't know what's causing it. Yeah, Hades versus Gaia, it can go both ways, right? It really depends whether you get to the late game sufficiently. You got to be super careful against Pestilence, because if you get hit with a massive Pestilence, you just aren't able to train stuff, and the Mass Toxotes will absolutely destroy you. Alright, so that's very problematic for sure. We've also got a lot of buildings coming up for Buster, but they're not really acting as a wall. He's just pumping them out up front. His heroic age is gonna come through Apollo, and we're looking at a Feia from Strausshaus. If we can get several Hesperides trees up, the Dryads are gonna be a huge problem for Greek. You pump out enough Arcus to snipe the Greek heroes, and you just pump the Dryads non-stop. Let's say you get up to 3 Hesperides trees, right? That's 15 Dryads you can have. A lot of Miphians for Greek to manage. Or not manage and lose to. it often can end up in that scenario. But early on, Greek have the edge. You'll see from this spam. The Hippospis obviously shred through the Murmillo. They never had a chance. Once you have all the armory upgrades, it's just very, very one-sided, as these guys have like 50% armor. Artemis is gonna be the last god here for our Greek player. Chimeras getting added into the mix, and the Toxotes and Peltas having the poison on them. Strauss is just getting absolutely flooded and overwhelmed. His palaces could be denied if this Greek army focus, as the unfinished buildings do take extra damage. It's definitely something to be thinking about, but he's not. He's attack moving. He's not actively target firing or right clicking. Excuse me. Palaces are getting torn down. Pestilence is about to be unlocked. And once that happens, this Greek flood is just going to continue doing its thing. Strauss is trying to establish a second base, but unfortunately for him, I don't think this base is producing anything right now. Yeah, just swapping over to Strauss House's view. Nothing is making units until just the moment I said it. So yeah, this Pestilence is absolutely terrifying at the moment. The Peltas will be taking down every Arcus that pops out. The only chance here to make a comeback happen would be through the Guardians of Io. That's gonna be a nice little poison detonation there. But it's not enough by itself. You would need like 3 of them to one-shot the hoplites. And of course we've got Perseus in the battle as well, so he can handle them. But yeah, Blobs in theory would be a great unit to use here. Of course, don't forget Pestilence shuts down the Palace Fire and towers as well, if there were any. So it makes it super easy to fight under enemy buildings. And these Peltas just absolutely wrecking everything. The Hoplite, Hippospis Peltas with Myth Unit and Helipolis mix is just absolutely deadly. You get reinforced by Shades. Maybe even a front TC can be taken if Buster is feeling adventurous. Probably a good idea to keep some units around that. But his push is so good right now. Can't complain. Strauss is kind of recovering, guys. I think there might be some amount of hope here. He's spamming from every building now. He's got a town center. Sadly, not this one still. But there is some hope. Can he get himself a Hesperius tree, perhaps? Or anything at all? Oh, the free Helipolis will destroy us in absolutely no time. Oh my god. Ah, that's a full reset. All resources lost, by the way, spent on the settlement there. And meanwhile, Buster has a 3rd town center. No 4th just yet, but he can work on that very soon. Also, he's getting some fortresses up. The Peltas are crazy in number at this point. He probably overmade them, to be honest. But as long as they can keep the Helipolis working, that's all he needs. And you know, poison over time is strong enough to honestly deal with the destroyers as well. That's the crazy part. Because it keeps stacking. The more javelins they throw at the destroyer, the more poison damage is applied. Look, did you see what happened at the end? The numbers just kept ticking over. It's nuts. Doesn't matter what kind of armor you have. I mean, it does, but it's offset. Fourth town center is now underway. There's 2 chimeras chilling out over there. The Peltas are tearing down buildings, like it or not, they can do it. 4x against buildings, you gamers. Are we gonna see a big ass implode on this? I think we are. It's coming. 20 seconds. Be patient. And you will be rewarded. The big suck is coming. Earthquake didn't actually destroy much, did it? The CC is fine. Oh, here comes the suck. Let's go. Oh my god. What is it doing? Why is it spamming the sound? That was so weird. Everybody got sucked in though, and there's very little left. Holy crap. He was full pop. What is he now? Still full pop. He pumped so many units that he's fine. And he's still got like 15k resources total. Okay. That was shiny, but it didn't do anything. So therefore, it is balanced. Oh my god! I am telling you guys, make Guardians of Io. He just disappeared half that army. He's doing it again. Watch. See all those corpses? Another one. That's not very well targeted though. You just gotta make a bunch of these blobs. That's the victory condition. Get it in the middle of the archers. It should at the very least force spread formation, but ideally manual splitting or movement. So it wasn't really the implode that would save this game, but the Guardians of Io, and we're just not seeing that from Strauss. I think he will rewatch this, and next tournament, he's just making blobs. That's what's gonna happen. Because that's super cost effective right there. If you have enough Arcus, you can deal with the Greek heroes. That's not an issue. But unfortunately for Strauss, he's out of resources, I'm pretty sure. And with that, yeah, I mean, equal-ish looking kills, but it was mostly Peltast and Hippospis. They're not that expensive, so gold-wise, Buster was in a fantastic condition. He also bought Mythians that didn't cost gold. Mostly Chimera. He still had a lot of favor left, so recasting God Powers was absolutely on the table. Didn't use Underworld even. So Strauss just got really outspammed at the beginning. Brutal, brutal, brutal first game. There's a best of 3 here. Battle? What? NMF? What? What's that? What's that short for? He needs to win this tournament now. Let's see if we can get the next lobby up and running. No, no lobby. Where are the lobbyists? Just taking a look at what gods are available though. I mean, we've got the Gaia Defeat and the Hades Crown. I think for Buster, the next move is gonna have to be Norse. I'm not sure he's very comfortable as Norse against Strauss though. When they played that, it was I think 4 versus Poseidon. Strauss kinda just controlled the game. And there should be no reason for that not to repeat. It was a very open map too, which is typically harder for Greek. I think Strauss can repeat it. He might mix in the Ra. I don't know how good he is at that though. So we're just gonna have to find out. I'm as clueless as you guys are. Unless some of you have played a lot with Jim Carrey and know about his Ra. Do let me know if so. I would be curious. Okay, we've got the next match up and running. It's gonna be on Savannah. Buster's not an AoE 2 guy, he's an AoM guy. His other name is Jim Carrey. No, not the actual one. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go with game number 2. In the blue color, Strauss House is going to be playing as Poseidon. The other guy on the other side is red. His name is Buster. He's playing as 4. Let's see how that will work out this time. Last time they fought in this same group, Strauss House kind of manhandled him. He had some trouble early on. The throwing axeman can be difficult to deal with, but I think he figures out that Cyclops actually beat up throwing axeman pretty good. Adds in a little bit of Peltast. I think Strauss should have a pretty good time overall. Let's see what happens with that. Pawns of Hersey are getting trained. We've got the Hippospis coming in. Oh my god, we have the Spectator UI. Oh my god, yes. Yes, by the gods. We've unlocked the Spectator UI. It's so good. Whatever has happened, everything is forgiven now. I feel really good about it. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't forgive that one. Let's see a wall here, and then Buster should be able to build up the TC pretty much uncontested, but if he doesn't do it, Strauss, all he needs to do is just grab a handful of Hippospis and shift click them around here. That would be easy to do. Is he gonna think of it? Because, you know, you expect people to be walled off, but I think it's worth checking. I think it's worth checking to start with. You don't just flood into the middle because, well, guess what? The Berserks are numerous and they're gonna hold back the Hippospis long enough for the throwing axemen to grind them down. You can't really flood into that if the Norse player builds this way. Well, to be honest, even if they had built TC focused, the TC would be already up and they'd have an even bigger army, so... Like I said, it is difficult to go about this. Plenty of buildings all around. There's the group that's going to check the TC, but they're going to be greeted by Hersier, so this is not going to work. Throwing axemen are peppering these guys pretty damn hard. The Healing Spring is a really good response to this. We've got the Pestilence coming in also, and the Norse army has been pretty much beaten back as they've just gotten a little bit too deep. The Hippospis count has grown too large, and now they're able to handle the throwing axemen as well, to be honest. The Colossus is coming through, and we're gonna have a bunch of heavy Petrobulus added in. Can our Norse player actually reach 3 town centers? It shouldn't be a huge issue. Meanwhile, Strauss is getting a ton of fortresses up for defense. Bunch of towers will be next. But yeah, you got to have Peltast. And I think Strauss is realizing it. Now he's spamming them. And that will make a huge difference against this pretty much only ranged Norse army. Why are those axes still spinning? So funny. Maiden says in the chat that Baldur is insane to go for. I agree, which is why the DM mod actually buffs their HP by 100. It does take away from the Hell version to make them the same, because those are good, but yes. And we also buffed the Ragnarok heroes by a little bit, so... It's a start, I'm not sure it's enough. But tier has been meta, that's definitely true. 100%? No! 100 HP, so they're 700 instead of 600. It's a start. Let's see how they do. I mean, we can see how they do it if you don't make them, Buster. In which case, I'm not sure why we're going Baldur, because tier would just give you better berserks. The forward lure again. People keep disrespecting that god power. I don't know, it's like, oh, I don't want to see this on my screen. I'll just waste it. I don't know why. It still attracts hunt. Hunt is faster than farming. Make use of it, guys. Please don't use it as a meme. Also, it's not gonna go away from your screen. It's gonna come back. It's not the old game anymore. Well, the choke point is certainly doing Strauss House no favors. Throwing Axeman just kind of shred through everything that's coming his way. Including the fortress. Not that the fortress is going their way. Maybe when Hagrid develops his dumpster fire mod, it can do that. But yeah, guys, the throwing axemen do have 2x against buildings. Even without flaming weapons, this is scary stuff. They would be able to siege down this whole thing if allowed to do so. And Strauss House isn't producing enough, he doesn't have enough resources, he's on 100 population versus 230. Getting just completely out-pumped here. Counterattack with the big bonkers and the Helipolis. This guy is a bonker. Hey, in the DM mod, we gave him some area damage. So that's neat. Makes him good against wolf raids. Well, militia aren't gonna do much here. They got off exactly 4 pokes. And then they died. The police did manage to tear down the town center, but there's some berserks to answer the call. Can they actually get those destroyed in time? Looks like it's Strauss's problem with time actually right now. He's facing an army of 200 population. He might have some extra villagers, but it's really his own town center is getting destroyed. His own base is being destroyed. He's trying very, very hard to get some myth units out, but oh man, this Hippolyta has been in the base the whole time. We have a bunch of fire giants now, guys. I'm still not sure they make a big difference, but once there's 5, they should. Especially with ballista support. So what I want to really see is Buster taking over this base, getting up to 4 town centers, making even more fire giants and ballista. There's a little bit more filler as well to keep everything else at bay. Oh my god, everything is walled off. This gold mine is actually acting as a wall for the fire giants, so they have to go around in circles. That's annoying. That's why you really want a forward temple. So whenever you play Norse, do remember to make a forward temple as your first building's complete. So that the fire giants don't have to walk a million miles. Well, those lions are very dead right now. I'm pretty sure death is permanent in this game. There goes the 4th town center. Unfortunately, fire giant abilities are all whiffing. None left for the Toxotes ball, the place where it matters the most. I wanted to see it, but we are not getting clips today. Denied. Okay, here's an opportunity. Come on, Buster. I know you want it. Oh! Oh my god! One more! Come on! I think they're distracted. They're distracted by the hero and they're getting bonked. There's more fire giants. Come on. Let's see it. The Toxulis are asking for it. You know it to be true. Come on, Buster. Show us what you can do. Get him! Oh! Oh! Goodbye, archers. It's been nice. But it's over. Another good thing about Baldur is that you get the sick raiding cavalry upgrade, Sons of Sleipnir. Doing some extra damage against archers there. 2.5x. We do get a clip out of this one. Sometimes it works out. 450 kills against 317. There is hope for Baldur yet, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, actually, Strauss is toast, isn't he? Strauss is toast. That's gonna be Buster moving on with a 2-0 score in his best of 3. Thanks to Strauss for playing, and better luck next time. He wasn't very far off here, but Buster really got his act together for this one. So that's gonna be our final result. Everything live is now over. We're gonna have to look at some replays as requested by you guys. So I believe that Funny Liquid wanted to have his game reviewed. I'll properly cast, of course. It's not just a review, proper cast. Was it against Mayo that you said you wanted me to look at? Was Westenlong versus Mayo good as well? And which one? Sorry, there were two. Didn't click enough units. True. True, you really got a pump in this video game. Takes a lot of focus. Yeah, I know versus Mayo, but you fought him twice, sir. Which one? What? What do you mean no ones? Oh, you were late. That's right. Sorry. I'm grabbing them. I'm grabbing them. I see him. Okay, give me a second. I'll grab these replays and we'll hop right in. Hopefully they'll have spectator UI. Cast, please. I think so. I think it's cast. I just misspoke. Don't take it seriously, please. Replays. Get it in the folder. Yeah, Iron Maiden, great of you to stop by. Appreciate you. And of course for covering the event, and tomorrow should be great too. Looking forward to that. Jim Carrey only says GG when he wins. That's freaking hilarious. Okay, I love it. Okay, guys, we've got some follow-up games here between Funny Liquid and Mayo from the rest of the bracket. Shao said it. I just think it's funny. Anyway, you know what else is funny? Liquids. Liquids are funny. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, bonus game round. This is actually not live, but from replay, but we've got the spectator interface this time, so I'm happy. Funny Liquid in the blue color is going to be playing as Freyr. On the other side, in the red, Mayo is bringing in some Poseidon. This is from also the 1,000 pound deathmatch tournament, Dionysus' Delight. And although it's not cast live, but after the fact, the guys specifically asked me to take a look at this one. So here we are. Let's do it. It's a decider match, so the winner of the best of 3 will be moving on into the playoffs. It's high stakes. There is too much at stake here. Ooh, the villager pickoff with the Valkyrie is a 6-star. Can we get 2? It's huge whenever you can pick off Greek villagers because there's only so many around, whereas the Norse player can just pump out builders. Oh my god, it's 3 kills from the Van Valkyrie! Somebody clip that, that's insane! Okay, the Hydra does eat her, to be fair, but that's ridiculous value from your first unit. Usually people don't actually go for Freya in this matchup. So honestly, Mayo might have been surprised to see the Valkyrie and wasn't ready. I think that was super cool. Anyway, this is a completely unconventional god path for Freyr, going with Freya, the sister, going with, I forget the god's name, help. I forgot the name. I'm gonna have to take a look in the tree. It's called Aegir, as I realized it before hovering. Anyways, we've got Hell as the last god. So yeah, this is truly a special game already. We've got the Bear Greasy with super high hit points. The DM mod buffs their HP a little bit. And we've got the Sons of Muspel. And also, Freyr in general boost unit hit points. So these guys are as tanky as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. We have giants is the motto of Funny Liquid. He doesn't have enough buildings, however, so I'm really worried about this Greek spam coming his way. If all the heroes are together, they should be able to handle these heroes just fine, and especially with the Petrobras from long range, shooting at this hill fort should be able to clean things up. This is a hell of a game to start with. Mayo walling off the back, getting a town center at a leisurely pace. He's more focused on building forward, but it's no problem at all. Artemis Toxotes will be helping out as well. They are actually capable of dealing with siege weapons because the poison does affect the siege weapons for whatever reason. We got a huge pestilence up front. It's affecting every single building of Funny Liquids. He's gonna have to make more buildings if he wants to stay in this game, but for now, one of the Sons of Muspel is coming forward and he's taking down Petrobras after Petrobras. They're sticking to the back, however, there were more of them, and they managed to get down that building. The Greek army is still flooding, but they're getting soaked by fire giant sauce, and it hurts. It really does hurt. Once again, they're going forward to pick up the Petrobras as they must keep going, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely brutal. Got so many throwing axemen trying to be made, but it's easier said than done when Pestilence is on. The Greek army should be able to hold on once there's the 3 heroes together. They're trying very hard right now to deal with the Bear Greasy. It's gonna take a moment, especially if they attack the wrong target. Greek heroes getting taken down left and right. But it's okay, now the army is much smaller. The only thing that Mayo actually misses is Peltas, in my opinion. Oh my god. Yes, do it, do it. The granary walls are coming in. It's a cheap way to get you some militia. But you know what's actually cheaper than that? Getting stables, because the stables provide you with free militia. And they're like 75 wood, right? That's a better cost efficiency right there. Anyways, the last Son of Muspels is not gone. There's more where that came from. Oh man, it's difficult to spam here for the Norse. Like, you really gotta have some buildings in this spot. Alfheim is extremely claustrophobic, so I'm not sure I love Norse here. Especially against a god like Poseidon, who's now using bronze to make it through the storm. And so far so good. The Bronze Chimera certainly did some work, but they are not very healthy units. Only 735 hit points. So yeah, they're pretty flimsy. They're great at, you know, hit and run attacks. They're good at raiding, but they're not good at fighting. They might need some help. In the old AOM, they used to have 1,000 health. So I'm not sure what happened to them. or why they needed such a big nerf. I guess Artemis has a lot of the power now in the archers with the poison stacking. That's probably it. Oh wait, stables give 2 militia still. Okay, okay, my bad. Alright, the patrol bullets are making it rain from way up here. That's some arc on those projectiles. They respect the ground. Nidhogg's in. Oh my god, those Hippospis are gonna eat it. Yikes. The Toxotes are next, but they're poisoning the Nidhogg pretty badly. Oh my god, look at the damage over time. Holy cow. It's got a stinky fart trail behind it. Yikes. Earthquake. Golem Bursty. We've got everything. So much AoE damage, the Greek army is disappearing. What a game. Remember, Golem Burst is not a myth unit, so chasing it with a hero won't do much. In fact, it's hero itself. Somebody's playing with relics. Who was that? Oh. Oh. Funny Liquid. You've got relics. Fortresses don't cost favor. Buildings have more crush armor. This is great. Tower of Cestus, more damage to towers. I think it's against myth units now, right? That is so weird. But yes, that's what it does. Meanwhile, Funny Liquid's down on 130 population. That's similar to... sorry, that's Mayo. Funny Liquid is also in 150 though. He doesn't have much gold. He's gonna have to work through militia here. Nice bonk there from Polyphemus. Looks like the Sons of Muspel are getting yeeted and deleted. There are a bunch of rams, but facing militia is not gonna go very well for them. Oh my god, he got out 3 Valkyries to heal up the Nidhogg. He did need a hug, and the Valkyries were happy to oblige. That's one of the things the DM mod also changes, makes the Nidhogg healable. Oh my god, can he get out of here though? There's so many heroes, there's 3 heroes. The Valkyries are nowhere to be seen. The poison might actually get him. 40 out of 37. Ooh, the last shot sniped him. He definitely needed a hug at the end there. This is nasty. See, healing the Nidhogg isn't OP at all. It would be probably OP in standard. Alright, all these hoplites with divine damage is gonna smack everything here. The throwing axes are a good answer though. So a lot of rams. Are we gonna go after TCs? Problem is, even if you do that, Poseidon TCs these days spawn militia. The unhealed Nidhogg did better, so clearly it's not OP. Yeah, on the first try it actually did a lot. That's a lot of rams. You know, one thing they can do is actually take out these Helipolis. That would be cool. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Very cute, trying to make things happen with the rams, but it's just not gonna be enough. Mayo, I think, picked correctly. I promise I wasn't playing this game, even though the UI says that. That's Funny Liquid's attempt there. Almost managed, a little bit managed to outkill Mayo. But considering that you make a ton of fire giants, that's not necessarily a cost-effective accomplishment. Hence why he ran out of resources here. So that's gonna be a 1-0 thus far. We're loading into the next one momentarily. Good job by Mayo here. I lost to Mayo, that's right. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Next game. What's the map there? Let's see. Looks like the Silk Road map. That's cool. Here we are with the next game. The map is gonna be Silk Road, so you're gonna be looking at a bunch of these trading posts in the middle. They will, in the Mythic Age, give 5 resources per second of your choice. In the blue color, Funny Liquid is gonna be playing as Ra. His opponent, Mayo, is swapping over to 4. Red color here. Planting down a ton of longhouses. Yeah, that's a good thing about scouting early here. You just take the trading posts and immediately start getting the benefits. However, the priest on the houses would have probably been more useful. I would have liked to see that myself. The pharaoh will be empowered in the monument of villagers, which is then gonna proliferate to all these other buildings. Migdol strongholds, barracks must be spammed here. And then all these empowered buildings will be training super fast. It's, I think, a really nice way to go about things with Ra. You might want to consider making 2 bases of this type. With Osiris, that is, especially. Then you can empower 2. Ooh, the priest is getting a relic. I love it. The Kuli Drum. What does that do again? Heroes do more damage as they lose hit points. Okay. But it's not happening. You'll have to get a new one. A new priest, that is. The Sphinx is going to be chilling in the back, trying to prevent that town center. Very few Norse buildings here for Mayo, so that could come and bite him later down the line. I'm gonna take on the Sphinx, it looks like. But ready to go to Mythic. We got a ton of scarabs already from our Ra player, and Osiris was indeed the choice. So let's see where that second pharaoh is gonna end up going. So far, he's just wasting the empower, because if you have... I think the stronger empower will work, yes, but they're working on the same area, so it doesn't do much. This pharaoh right now is only helping speed up training. So no, it does not stack. Does that affect the sound of Osiris? Oh my god, it probably does. I don't know. It should. I hope it does. I haven't tested it. It's a new Chinese relic, so people gotta test it. Okay, that fire giant melted to the priest. My goodness. Bear in mind, these are regular Axemen this time, not Horus Axemen. They're not gonna be great against buildings, but we still have the play available with the scarabs, although it's gonna have to utilize Eclipse. So no shifting sands, but they'll be stronger. Maybe they can just mow down the front buildings. That's the idea anyway. Priests are doing a great job against the fire giants. Honestly, divine damage priest might be a little bit too good. I don't know. I'm not sure they should be pure divine damage, because these poor fire giants just disappear. Lots of chariots here. And they do have 21 range, so it's gonna be difficult for anyone to get close. Raiding cavalry will be required here, and because we've gone Balder, actually they'll be dealing very, very well with those chariots. So Egypt is a little bit susceptible to this if you don't go Horus. Wow, the pharaohs are empowering everything. That's a huge Ra base. I love to see it. Pushing forward gradually, securing all of the trading posts except this one. I'm sure that will come too, but as long as these buildings are not cleared, Mayo is not taking those over. That's just not how it works. Mummies, meanwhile, starting to put in some work. And you know, if you can get up to 4 or 5 mummies, then you press Eclipse. There's gonna be minions for days, and they're gonna be empowered. Mummies themselves are gonna be empowered. They're pretty tanky now. So there's that. Citadel centers up. This TC is probably not happening. That's Norse takeover time right there. The back TC should be happening. That's a great steal there by our Norse player. So for whatever reason, this fortress is closer and therefore takes over capture-wise. Raiding cavalry are in, ladies and gentlemen, and they don't only just have the 2.5x attack against archers or ranged units, but they have flaming weapons. So having to retreat into the towers now is the name of the game for the chariots, and they should just run, really. The towers will absolutely shred through these things, though. Oh my god. Excuse me, what raiding cavalry? There's nothing here. I don't see any raiding cavalry. Apparently towers are good. And especially when you empower them, they'll shoot faster. See what the fire giants can do. They can take this for a little bit. They also very slowly regenerate at just 0.3 per second. That's from the Turushaz rune upgrade. TC might be held here by the champion X-Men. The Rams are doing their absolute best. Nobody's repairing, so a follow-up raid could take it out. But for now, the army is looking rather nice for Funny Liquid. He's still holding on, but he doesn't have gold, whereas, you know, Mayu can much more easily trade away his gold, right? Like, or his other resources. He's gonna just be pumping out dwarfs anyway. Oh, he hasn't used Dwarven Mine. That's a big mistake, guys. It's 50% faster gather rates. Well, base gather rates, but still significantly faster to gather from them. So you immediately want to use it when you're mythic. Just put it down. Immediately start with dwarfs and you're gonna gain so many more resources. We can check after it to see the rates. Isn't free trade post like 15 bills on gold? You're Egyptian here, so you're looking at 1.12 basically. It's a little less, it's like 14 or 13. The dwarves, it would be less. It's pretty good for Egypt. Oh! Oh, the fire giants just melted those chariots. We got the son of Osiris. Does he have the relic? Yes, he has the relic. He should be getting stronger as he gets weaker. It works on the son of Osiris! Let's go! You can't heal the son of Osiris, of course. Before people get crazy ideas. That would be too easy. Hello there. What are you guys up to? that's an adventure that those catapults are going on. Ooh, Chariot's getting absolutely melted. Man, maybe Baldur does work. Fire giants are not bad at all. We're also gonna have Ragnarok and flaming weapons available at some point for a big attack. Just need to make 100 villagers and there we are. Which is probably why the caravan count is still so low. But it's being worked on. Okay, Son of Osiris at 65 divine damage. The Ballista are here to help him out with that. Oh, you will never see this in a standard game, I can promise you that. Good old Fire Giant Ballista. Ideally supported by some towers. Oh god, you gotta be careful with the heavy catapults though. They will one-shot these Ballista. So shooting back is... it's an option. It's an expensive option. You have to flank that thing. What's happening in the top corner? Funny never built that TC. This was established from the very start. He's never had that, so basically he's playing down the TC and still doing really well. Imagine if he could grab that, like the gold miners are desperately trying to keep up with the gold. If this had been built, instead of the 4 catapults, let's say, that could have made a huge difference, and if the game would be in Funny's favor right now. There is at least a market build-up. And once the farms are in place and rain is getting cast non-stop, the marketing strategy will be in play as well. The Egyptian army is starting to struggle with population. Ballista got thinned out super hard by the catapults. Oh my goodness. Trade route is 91 gold per trip. This one's definitely wrong. You gotta get rid of these markets, man. They're not doing anything, those guys. Alright, Fire Giants receiving a little bit of healing here from the spring. Plus they regenerate. So good value efficiency. I think we could use some more ballista. And we're seeing that getting pumped out, but there's not really any throwing axes to back them up. The X-Men get on top. There's no towers here. There's no fortresses. And the Son of Osiris is divine damaging down these Fire Giants like they're made of paper. Some would say they are. Come on. Before you die, Son of Osiris. 72 divine damage, 73. Number keeps going up. And it's down to 0. He's dead. Well, the Egyptian infantry isn't going to be doing very well into throwing axes. Now that those are out, the Ballista Fire Giant strat might work, but here's the catapults to take down the Ballista. If they're very nicely microed there, the Ballista actually don't have a chance, which is one of the reasons why you don't see this in Standard very often. It takes a lot of resources to get Ballista going, of course, then the Egyptian player just gets catapults and snipes them. But the catapults are quite diveable also, and they're very expensive. There's another Son of Osiris. Didn't you just die? Well, he's running into the army, so he's about to again. Oh no! He was so young. Caravan route is still returning the incorrect amounts because of the other markets. But the Fire Giant's getting pumped out again. But I think it's time for a big Ragnarok. It's not gonna get bigger. There's enough trade income, I would say, to replenish with dwarves. So I think it's really now or never before the Egyptians get too strong. You just flaming weapons this down. Get a bunch of ramps out with the Norse army. And then go, because there's really no more time. Ra is getting too powerful. You gotta stop it. You don't want to play late game against Ra. Especially hitting them while the resources are so low. That's the perfect opportunity. Flaming weapons, Ragnarok, go. That's got to be the mission. Oof. Got a bunch of chariot pickoffs. Several of them going down there. Training post established. And we've got the 3 Mythians from the dock, but they can't really do anything there. Melee, so now they're just gonna chill. Chill in the pool. Oh, the fire giants have such a huge opportunity here with the catapults. They take down like 2 of them, but then turn away. Are we not gonna see Ragnarok? Really? This is the chance. Once it's 3 citadels, which it's now, full vills, and the trade, the Egyptians are gonna print buildings. You're not gonna want to Ragnarok into that. It really was a now or never situation so far. Time's running out. Chariots are raiding now. Oh, we finally got I heard it. Where is it? Where's the dwarven mine? Oh, it wasn't the dwarven mine sound. What was it then? Something sounded like it, but it wasn't cast. Did you guys hear it too? What would I do in this situation other than Ragnarok? Why do you say to me other than Ragnarok? Obviously go Ragnarok. But basically the other strat is to try to ram things down with some cavalry escorts. Because you can't be trading against the catapults with ballista. That just doesn't work. I mean, short of completely overwhelming the location and then having ballista, I think you gotta ram down the citadels. Try to get into the trade route, build walls here. Those are the available place, I think. But most importantly, get some rams, Ragnarok, knock this thing down. It's super undefended. Then go into the main. It's also super undefended. Just don't mess with this. Whatever's happening here, let it happen. Just keep it at bay with the Ragnarok. But yeah, fighting the grind war against Egypt is the last thing I want. Just be everywhere where they're not. Is really the mission. And the ballista aren't bad. The ballista are good. It's just the catapults ruined them, right? So once the catapults are consistently microed on them, then you have to give up because it doesn't work. These guys one shot. You take like 4 or 5 shots to take them out. In return, your ballista are good against everything else. Yeah, they just miss all the projectiles as well. Oh boy. Well, this is turning into a spam war through the middle, guys. I might have to fast forward this one. Because neither player's taking significant action. So it's going to be a very slow grind, I think. We're going to watch it on double speed. As I'm sure at some point we'll reach some kind of action. Somebody needs to do something, basically, to break this. And I think the Egyptian player has an easier time just creeping forward and keeping the catapults safe. Like to see some Axeman raids. It's the last thing you'd raid with. But I guess they're in there. Oh, are we realizing that this is the weak spot? No, there comes the Ragnarok. Heroes are all over. We're gonna play at normal speed now. That should get rid of the catapults instantly. Oh no, the flaming weapons is cast. It's already cast. Oh no, there's nothing to fight here. Oh. Oh no, they're just standing around. Oh no, 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 no. You have to set up the engagement. This is not the way. You have to be all here, then you press flaming weapons. Now it's not gonna do anything. Because sure, you're gonna delete the 2 temples, and then your flaming weapons is over. Oh no. That's a panic click. That is a panic click, ladies and gentlemen. It will be no problem whatsoever for Liquid to stay popped, as he never really lost any units, and that is why he's in a great position right now with his building spam, with a ton of axemen around. Hopefully he realizes some are in the tower. The priests are eating up the fire giant, so that's reducing the total population available here. Liquid has enough gold to spam out at least a handful of mercenaries, but maybe the trade route can be walled off. That would be a strat. Killing 4 or 5 caravans or even 10-15 villagers is of no consequence because, well, there's 28 people on farms, and another raid would be super easy to do. And yeah, I think Mayo realizes this. Funny Liquid will be taking this game, putting the score 1-1 here. The most important part would have been the kill death here. You can see our Ra player Nakamura RTS has just gotten a really good kill death against a fire giant user, which is insane. So he's used really light units and he's killed a whole lot of the other stuff. Yeah, this Nakamura RTS guy is pretty good. Okay, moving into the third game. Let's see what we can find in there. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the third map is actually Steppe. And it's a really open map right there. In the blue color, we've got our Kronos player. In the whatever this color is, this is Zeus. I need a color expert to inform me. This is not quite purple. This is something else entirely. Is this what you call burgundy? I don't even know. Like I said, I need help. Maroon? Okay. Our Kronos player Mayo is going to be pumping out the initial oracles that are so important for Kronos to have. Any Atlantean should max out oracles right away. Military barracks, counter barracks, good mix between the two. And I guess we'll just make a little bit of everything. Now what I'd like to see after the oracles is just a huge spam of satyrs. They're insane. They have splash damage on their attacks, which then obviously with their upgrade gets improved further. They have 3x multiplier against myth units, so you basically don't need heroes for that job. You can make heroes when you want to for other purposes, like, I don't know, regenerating destroyers. That's a pretty good one. And you can raid with that. Although against, I have to say against Hippospis, it's maybe not the best of ideas. But yeah, the satyrs just do the job. I mean, look at them. They have very high attacks at 20. And then it's 3x, so they're actually doing 24 now. And you can see that phase through damage with their arrows. Really good job with the manor so far, empowering most of these buildings. But, you know, there can always be more of that. Town centers, not yet coming up. For a Greek player, we've got a lot of extra buildings being made. We've got a bolt coming through on the Guardian of Io, which I've talked about this in other series. The Guardian of Io is actually pretty insane these days, especially on the DM patch, where the acid damage is just heavily buffed. Able now to delete Toxotes. You get 2 of them, you delete the blob of archers. The other guy has to micro. Not a tall order, I know, but DM is busy. And then these things happen. Oi. Oh, restoration counters it. That's neat. That is neat. Tons of Chiroballista and Arcus here, however. And the tower fire is pretty significant. I do think Mayo should step back just a little bit so that he can make use of the palaces firing as well. He's kind of getting overwhelmed right now with the Peltas coming into the fight also. The only hope is satyrs. There was never a satyr made so far. No myth units getting made. So if you make all the oracles, you'd think myth units are next, right? Well, Temple's idle right now. 180 favor is available. That could be almost 10 satyrs. So that's how you gotta think about that. If you have 10 satyrs, this Greek army it doesn't exist. It wouldn't be real anymore. Really good wall off here by Funny Liquid. We've got Belarfin out, so he will be able to deal with all these Mythians. We've got a ton of Arcus on the field. Destroyers getting added. It's a really good mix. And we'll be handling the Peltas rather well too. Of course, the Helipolis are a really good addition here. Bronze is going to be used now. But actually it doesn't hit much of the army, and the population level wasn't super high at the moment for Funny Liquid. And meanwhile, our Atlantean player is grabbing a 4th town center. Very, very nasty. I don't think that's gonna happen, but good attempt. The siege is gonna stop that for sure. More units are getting pumped out, but they're getting kept in reserve, which is actually a good thing right now, because you don't want to fight against the bronze units. Not if you can help it. There have been relics. Man, Funny Liquid is a relic guy. Every game. It's nice. Tower of Cestus adds bonus against myth units. Canopy Jar of Imseti trains infantry faster. That one doesn't really matter because they already train so fast. Tusk of the Iron Boar. 10% cav hit points. I actually don't like cav in this matchup. But this makes them more acceptable. And we've got, of course, the lifesteal passive. So, you know, with that in mind, it's really not that bad. Didn't expect the Dionysus, though, I have to say. Destroyers actually going after the Petrobolas are pretty sick. Because they don't take any hits from these buildings, or damage, at least. They're doing a good job cleaning up, too. Now going after the towers. Not gonna be any underworld passage, so this is gonna be a very, very difficult push for our Greek player. Especially seeing as the resources are running out for Funny Liquid. So that's what happens when you make a lot of Hippospis. You gotta be careful with that. Always very important to make myth units also. And unfortunately in this case, all of the myth units would have cost the expensive resources, so to say. Which is why I like going Hera. You just make Medusa, and your least used resource, wood, is going to be at the core of that. Oh, the suck has been dodged. Great job. Great job there. Getting out of that. It does blow up what got sucked in. That's all the Petrobolas basically, but hey, I mean, several made it out. It's okay. Can I switch the UI? Oops. Sorry. That's a good point. Now, even though the army escaped and now walked back here, we're still not in a super good position for Funny Liquid. Mayo is having the backup from a lot of these buildings. The Arcus numbers are low, which is why the Greek army is actually doing well. The Contarius can't do damage to either the Hippospis or the Hoplites. Both of them have super high hack armor. So they can take it like a champ. And just beat back the tide for now. But if the Arcus numbers grow, this is gonna look very, very different very, very soon. The double caravan pump has commenced, but they're only carrying a little bit of gold. It doesn't even look realistic with how little they are doing. We got a little farming operation in the back and hunters as well. And you know what? Maybe the siege is cleaning up after all. The Atlanteans will need to gather a little bit more food. I think trying to go for trade right now is actually biting Mayo. This is not working out very well. He still has a lot of wood, so he should be spending on fire siphons to take out the siege. That's actually the way to do this. The fire siphons can take on Helipolis for the most part. But I think with all these Helipolis, the Arcus are no longer a potent unit. And Funny Liquid seems to be turning this scenario around. He's doing very, very well in terms of, you know, not floating too many resources, spending what's coming in, having enough income in general together with the trade. As I said, it's just 21 per trip, but it's more than nothing. Wait, as the Petrobolas got converted back, the projectile that landed on the settlement did no damage. That's fascinating. I've never seen that before. Today I learned. Not that you have any control over that, but fun fact. Ah, man. Imagine all this favor. It could have been anything. That's right, guys. It could have been satyrs. It could have been blobs. I will preach about these two units forever. Just any myth unit that's, like, not Prometheans. Anything at all will do. Well, it looks to me that the Petrobolas just keep pushing, ladies and gentlemen, alongside the Helipolis. Villagers are getting pulled, but there's plenty of units here to support the sieging operations. Oh, there's another! There's another one! The town center is going down. Nobody was looking at this. There's Myrmidons to protect them. Holy crap, Mayo just lost it. He's got a second implode, but once again, the split's pretty good. Petrobolas might be taken down by all this cav. Ultimately, this doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, Helipolis. Time to stop flipping out now. Still enough Petrobolas to destroy that town center. The cavalry is on top of the villagers. There's no one here to protect them. Population-wise, 210 versus 140. Are their houses? Oh! There was a counterattack with some fire siphons that we've missed. Sorry about that. Very nice. Funny Liquid is victorious. What a comeback. What a comeback. Okay, that was definitely worth taking a look at. That was a fun series that you guys have had. So Funny Liquid, we will see tomorrow as well in the playoffs. I like it. Once again, I win. It's pretty good stuff. GG's. Alright guys, I will take one more series before moving on to the sponsored segment with Domino Dreams. Feel free to recommend one more series to me or individual games. It can be 3 of them, I suppose, if you've got individual games in mind. Was there anything else? 52 viewers, good. No, it's not. Not for a £1,000 tournament. It's kind of bad, actually. Yeah. That's a story for another day. But it's not good. Yeah, we'll definitely have to scale things down. We'll see exactly how it's gonna go, and you know, we will be looking to introduce some standard into the roster again, because I think it just the lightning tournament is probably just not gonna happen, right? Like there was no interest whatsoever when we created the poll. I do think tomorrow there will be more, yeah. So I think DM is viable-ish. I'm not sure Lightning is, or even miscellaneous game modes. I don't think that idea will work, because we got like no interest in the poll, even after messaging people, so... If Boyd was streaming, I spoke to Boyd, he's busy. He might stop by tomorrow a little bit. But yeah. Anyways. Does nobody want a game to be streamed anymore? Or commentated on? Anything that was missed? That didn't get commentated? I'm happy to take something. Legend, you don't want yours? Fair enough, fair enough. Kilo had a Wonder game? What? Get out. But Iron Maiden covered that, right? Stream Legends. Against Luki? Oh, that's the only game you played. Jesus Christ, that group. Everybody no showing. Couldn't get Wonder up. Okay. Alright, Legend. Yours will be the last one for the day. Ah, so many no-shows. It's very sad. Like, we should have had a check-in process, to be fair. Because I guess people just don't care about letting us know. Alright, let me grab these replays. Where's this Lukey guy? Sorry, Soul Legend asked first. Oh, it's a throw? I don't care. I'm not watching that. If it's a throw, then no. Those are not good to cast, Legend. It's frustrating. It's frustrating for me. It's frustrating for the viewers. If it's classic throw, then I'm not casting it. Miniati games, sure. Let's see. I mean, you ruined it. You ruined the sales pitch. I'm out. Velite versus Miniati. Let's take a look at that, maybe. Oh, the Maiden covered it. We might as well take a look. It's a 2-1. So I think that's a good series to cover. Just getting in there. I'm not sure which one is game 1 and 2. What? How did he have a date swap there? Oh, it's hours, right? Okay. I got 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, it seems legit. Seems legit. Okay, hopefully this is in the correct order now. Let's hop in. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another series here from the group stages of the 1,000 pound deathmatch tournament, Dionysus the Light. In the blue color, Velite Retold is going to be playing as Oranos. His opponent in the red is Mini Yeti, playing as Poseidon. I haven't seen the man play much deathmatch, and I think the build order will right away show. Now guys, for the YouTube peoples, I'll just say quickly that deathmatch starts with 20,000 resources. You advance to the next age in 5 seconds, and you'll be getting all the upgrades immediately from that age that you're in. Then your god powers are going on cooldown at the very beginning. You build TC slower, and your god powers come back off cooldown slower. That's about it. Yeah, so you go to Mythic pretty quick. That's the idea, to get all the upgrades done, but you don't want to rush it. You do want to have some production. So I think Velite should be able to just absolutely outflood here, because there's no production for our Greek player. I just don't see how Velite wouldn't be able to stop what's happening here. He's Oranos, so he has Shockwave, and I think he's gonna catch all the villagers and make Mini Yeti realize that indeed more is needed. He's got the Fea Contarius heroes with Lance of Stone, and he's gonna be destroying this fortress before it even comes up. Mini Yeti is stuck now in the heroic cage. There's a second fortress actually coming, but I don't think Velite knows about that one. The Contarius heroes are picking off some villagers there, and the pump is getting quite real. More Contarius heroes are coming, but this time the fortress is gonna be up. And because he's Poseidon, there's gonna be militia after it's destroyed, but I think the Contarius might just be going after the TC. Some divine damage is gonna be dealt with that fire, of course. It's hurting quite badly, even though the heroes only take half the damage. There's gonna be one of those games where you hunt down the villagers. Prodromos are out in response to the Contarius, but I think you just very simply respond to this with Catapulties and Fanatics in middle, and then what are you gonna do about it? It's very, very difficult to handle a flood of Atlantean units once they are themselves 160 population, but right now nobody is building town centers for Velite. He could potentially throw his economy away if he floods one at a time. But no, Velite is gonna win this game 1. So yeah, Velite is a standard player by trade, but he is really good at DM. He played a lot of DM, so that's how he is obviously so good at builds. Moving on to game number 2. Oh, my game camera got caught. We're fine. We are fine. Alright. Alright, we are here with game number 2. And Velite is swapping over to some set. Let's see what he can do with that. In the red, we've got Mini Yeti playing as Zeus. He's making the same mistake as in game 1 and will be heavily focused on villagers here. Building the same building. You know, the reason it doesn't work well is because villagers actually lose efficiency as you put multiple of them on the same building. So that's very, very damaging. You spread them out for that reason on multiple buildings, because first off, it reduces the amount of walking required. Secondly, they literally have more building rate like this. Velite already has several barracks up. He's working on the Migdor stronghold. Unfortunately for him, his villagers are getting bombed by Heracles, but somehow he gets distracted. So everything's well for now. See what he does for the Mythic Age here. He's putting plenty of villagers on the housing market as well. Oh, the Minotaur should get a sick attack off against the villagers. Scarab's toast. But it's gonna be Horus, so these Horus Axemen are gonna be able to do quite a bit. Gonna do some matriarchs out, and more of them are getting trained. Miniati this time around is adding in a lot of buildings to help spam with. He's got a lot of archery ranges. Somehow he's managed to build up. Velit didn't punish. Now he's got a pretty good army, but still Velit is resetting him hard, and Miniati is brutally housed. Oh my god, there's no villagers back here. Oh no, he has to send them back. It's a good thing he's got Bellarfin out. That guy will... He's pretty tanky. He'll be able to hold the line for a moment. That's 788 health. It's insane. Shifting Sands is being used to try and catch some villagers, but Miniati was watching. So they're not going to be caught anytime soon. That was not a good shifting stance, I have to say. It will take down the fortress, and it does stop the TC from being worked on. But meanwhile, on the front lines, the Egyptians aren't doing so hot. But like a lot of resources are going into this from both sides. The lead should be still relatively comfortable. He finds the housing market over here. Restoration for Miniati will be making sure that his units survive. The Peltas are now out, and they're making a huge difference against all those slingers and chariots. Just needs a little bit of micro. Should be good from there. Alright, the remaining houses are now being built. You know, Avengers might not be the best of units against Medusa, just saying. That could be tough to make that work. Ooh, actually now they're producing some value. All that infantry just disappeared. Holy crap. That was really nice. Unfortunately for Velit, his gold is not looking so nice right now. He really needs to get on that. And I don't know how he's gonna survive against Bronze now and then follow up from Lightning Storm. That's all really brutal stuff. The Hell Bullets should just be able to punch through everything. What it looks like to me. Well, Orphan's getting sniped. Not sure what he's doing here. Be more useful here. Catapult's getting picked off. I'm not sure where they're trying to go, but they're marching to their doom. It's not good. Ooh, that's like 7 catapults toasted. Yikes. Velit sold whatever wood he could at a good market rate, but now everything he's got is kind of getting wrecked. The Peltas are doing a good job of taking out all these archers, as I said. And yeah, Velit's just gonna evaporate. Down to 150 population. Maybe build orders don't matter that much. That's nuts. I mean, there was an opportunity there to punish Miniati, obviously. What? Oh, it's tornadoing the houses. Is that even gonna kill them all? It's doing okay. It's not the most value. If you do it on an army, that just generates you more resource damage. Now we're gonna see the lightning storm evaporating whatever is left here, which is not much to begin with. And these certainly can't afford replenishing this army. That's it. I think Mini Yeti just takes this. At least down to freaking 70 pop. Oh my god. Nah, Mini Yeti says that all that's illegal. Don't need build orders. We just make things and win. I am obviously joking. Working on the Citadel now with just the 100 bullets, but there's plenty of hoplites around. If he just retargets those, this will very quickly disappear. Velit knows it. He just gives up. There's no way to come back from this. He lost too many resources. I lost too many resources according to the UI. 14 kills to 282. Yeah, that's one of the big reasons why you want to cast Tornado on the army, so that you even out that KD against a Lightning Storm user. I think that's really important. Let's cover one more. You think I can dodge the Froze Legend? You fool. Amazing. Okay, here we are with game number 3. Velit in the blue is gonna be going in with 4. I need to swap around the UI. There we go. So much better. In the red color, this is Gaia. This is Mini Yeti. This time, he is making barracks. He's making barracks and a mark. He figured out Deathmatch. Yes. There we go. Now we're serious. Now it's serious business. Velit is doing much the same. Great Hall is coming up. Dwarven Armory is nearly done. But he might be overbuilding a little bit, right? It can't hurt to have all these buildings, but we'll see. We'll see. Atlanteans do struggle a little bit against Norse, in my opinion, just because of flaming weapons. But hey, if you can get out your... oh, wait, he's going Rhea? Okay, what does he want exactly? Does he want like the super fanatics? I think he does. With Lush, he's already spreading the Lush with the economic guild. He's opening up with some Contarius, but the Contarius are not going to be a great answer to the Berserks. So that doesn't work. We also got a handful of Herdmen because this got spotted somehow, I suppose, by Velit. He's going to be ready for this. Hill forts being made now, but not many of them. I would like to see more hill forts from Velit. He's only making 4. Norse hill forts are pretty cheap, only 5 favor a piece, so you can definitely afford more than that. I think he did it for the super archers. Wait, what does that even do? They don't get that anymore, Legend. You have the Fanatic upgrade though. You unlock them early. Okay, let's go to the tech tree, because I gotta update people about this. All you people returning to the game. So you got Force of Consecration that enables Fanatics and reduces their train time. And you got Orichalcum Mail that makes infantry armor better. Okay, it's not archers anymore. It's infantry. So you got insane Murmillo hack armor at 63%. Okay? That's what you get with Rhea. There's the blob. Can we see more blobs? Please, people, make blobs. Somebody needs to make blobs to satisfy my needs. I have special needs. Pump. Pump. No, no, no! He picked everyone off the settlement. Elite, no! Don't do it. Oh, no, 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 no. Does Deathmatch have a separate balance? For this tournament, yes, we had to. We would normally not have to, but China, we have to. China without a patch would just ruin this tournament. We have a lot of variety now, so thankfully we're gonna be fine. Feel free to read the patch notes, it's pinned in the chat. That's a lot of freaking Cairo Ballista, sir. Do people do this in standard? Or is this about just spotting that there's a million infantry? They don't do this in standard, I'm pretty sure about that. Oh, the forest fire on the Gaia trees! Ah, you gotta love that. It didn't work, unfortunately. Wait, it could work if they walk back into it. Oh my god, no! I swear that's like the worst god power. Sometimes forest fire, you gotta use it in a smarter way than this. Otherwise, it just doesn't do anything. It's so sad. And they retold it takes so long for the forest to burn that opening up a path just takes forever. We got the ram on the job. Rams could technically take out Cairo Ballistas and retold. That's one of the nice things about lowering all these crush armors on siege weapons. He's still going with these. That's all the Cairo Ballista ever. And I'm not sure an Atlantean player can keep this up much longer. Look at the resources just fading away. If Valid can keep his act together and do a little bit of gold mining, he should be fine. But our Gaia player is spreading everywhere. 3 TCs are done. He's working on a 4th one. Dude, Mini Yeti just picked up the game. Played some DM for the first time in the tournament. Not knowing build orders. Game 3 figures it all out. And now he's beating Valid. Legitimately. What is happening? What are my eyeballs witnessing here? This is amazing. How does he do it? He's got implode ready. Oh my god, Valid's broke. He doesn't have resources, sir. Flaming weapons? Never got to use it. Trying to recover by somehow making 4 village centers. I mean, it could work. They do train stuff slower. We've got a lot of Shield Maiden Valkyries. And by lot, I mean already 8 plus. And more coming. Jeez. He's quad pumping them. Okay, there's not gonna be a 4th TC just yet. Until, of course, this gets taken over. Oh, where? Oh, here comes a suck. The Valkyrie should be able to escape, but the infantry is toast. Not even sure the Fire Giant would survive that. Oh, everybody survives. What? I guess it didn't get boosted by enough units. It gets stronger when there's more enemies to suck. Very nice lush, nice lush spreading. Valkyries are here for the business. Going after these citizens like it's nobody's biz. Front TC might come up at some point. Holy crap, there's more Valkyries. How many Valkyries could Velit make? The answer is yes. Trading with them in multiple places. Doing a pretty good job there. But yeah, with Super Gigamore Milos and Cairo Ballista, what would you actually make to beat this? That's an interesting strat. I'm serious. It's something to think about because I'm not sure. I think you would have to go wolves and just eat the villagers, just not fight the army. Maybe some raiding cav try to get into the Cairo Ballista. But throwing axemen don't seem to be working. Okay, Ballista do, holy shit. Ballista do damage. Or maybe you really stay back with your throwing axes and try to just flank from several angles. The mass ballista certainly does work. He's got 20. Oh my god. Okay, what does Atlantean do about 20 ballista? The lead flipped the problem around. Quintarius are coming out. Miniati now has 2 fire giants. Why not? Gaia fire giants. They heal on Lush. They move faster on Lush. Keep them around for the long term. Is this TC gonna be saved? There's plenty of repair here and plenty of melee units to take out the rams themselves. But here come the ballista next. What about those? Please tell me they're gonna be attack moved. They will need that. Elite. Oh, here comes the rag. He ragging. Oh, the ballista are melting down. Half of them are already gone. And guess who's good against Ragnarok heroes? Yes, the Cairo Ballista, you got it. Flaming Weapons is in. What is going on? Dude, the Vermillo are so good, they're not gonna die. That's nuts. Rag heroes aren't particularly fast themselves, and there's another implode! Of course there is! Oh, the Ragnarok heroes are getting pulled in. Oh my goodness. This is definitely gonna max out the damage on this thing. It's going nuts right now with all the zappers. Oh, the army is gone! Oh, the Ragnarok heroes are dead! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Velit is on 105 population. What the hell did I just witness? Holy crap! Well, that's a 2-1 in Mini Yeti's favor. Jeez. I can't believe it. Every single one gone. That's nuts, bro. Okay. Well done, Mini Yeti. Good job. That was a deserved victory. And I'm not sure there's an easy answer to this, guys. Honestly, what he's doing, that seems tough to play against. Like, I'd love to try this out myself, to be honest, and see if anybody can handle it. Those Carablists are kind of Giga Chads, and so were the infantry units. And that was without Fanatics. No legend, I'm good. If you say you throw, I'm just gonna get angry. So, In and out, 5-minute adventure. That's right. That's right. I don't want that. That's bad. I don't want that. But guys, well, thank you for joining me for the tournament so far. Tomorrow there's gonna be another episode. Right now we're gonna be swapping over to our sponsored segment. But if you really had fun, you super enjoy this, then please make sure to hit the follow button. And there's other ways to support the channel as well. You can hit the like button on the YouTube live stream or subscribe there. If you have a Twitch and Amazon Prime, then feel free to use that. Then there's our patronage page as well, which is essentially our Patreon at home on the MetaPlace website. Feel free to check that out. You get all sorts of perks for your support, and you basically help power the biz. Keeping the website going, making sure we can pay our video editor, blah blah blah, all this stuff. You can also donate directly to the next tournament. That's gonna be still a thing. Even though I did say the viewer numbers were low today, I do want to continue this because even if we just get 50 viewers, it's okay. For Deathmatch, it's the lightning stuff that I wasn't happy with because that was like 20 viewers. That just miserable. I'm not doing that to this channel anymore. So we'll probably re-rotate some standard after the esports business is wrapped up. And if you want to see some specific show matches like between the top deathmatch players or something, then you can commission that with us as well, and we'll be getting it casted. So feel free to check out all of these pages. I'll be popping the links into the chat. And thank you, backhand slap. Thank you. Appreciate your kind words. Saw Miniati play against Magic and Clash of Immortals. He plays a mean guy. Yeah, you said that before the cast, didn't you, Blue Shell on YouTube? Yeah, sorry I missed that. The Twitch chat is moving fast, so I don't catch every YouTube comment, sadly. But okay, I gotta stop the music over here, and then we've got like a half-hour segment of Domino Dreams. I think that's the name. Yes, that's the exact name. Okay. Dreaming of Dominoes. That's a fun little title. This is our sponsor game for today. It's very family friendly, so even if you have kids, you could get them to play it if you want, with some supervision, because obviously it's got you know, payment aspects to it. But feel free to take a look. I'll be hopping in here. We'll be cutting off half of my camera, which I apparently forgot to do. All right. And yeah, this game is sponsoring us for today, so it's gonna make it more affordable for us to run these tournaments essentially. But it's a standard domino game, so nothing too crazy here. You've got different shapes on the dominoes, and you got to match them and clear the levels. You can support the stream, well, the whole project really, by playing yourself. Installing is already an action that counts, and so is completing chapters. So completing a chapter basically means playing the individual levels to get stars. Then you spend the stars on whatever it says here. Like I'm on chapter 3, I think, and we gotta build a tavern. Only need 1 win, so let me show you how the actual game looks. It's been without audio so far. I've activated it. It's a really cutesy little game. So, well, a little bit of lag here. I'm playing on PC with an emulator, but it's normally a phone game. So obviously your experience will be smoother, as it's meant for mobile devices. It's optimized for that too. Found the stream on Reddit. That's great. I'm glad you had fun with the AOM business. Well, we'll obviously be back to that tomorrow, just doing a sponsored segment, because a £1,000 tournament is not cheap to run. This is all from personal money, of course, so we're not like a big corporation. It's just a separated project from my personal stream. So having these sponsors is actually giga important to be able to do this kind of stuff, because you know, you just don't want to throw your paycheck itself, right? Or your long-term savings. Still want to retire someday. So huge shout out to Domino Dreams for taking us on and then letting us do this. Huge help indeed. And to just pop the link in the chat as well. Domino. I'll be pinning that now. And on YouTube. Okay, you guys can use our unique link and just get this on your phone. It takes like 15 minutes, the whole ordeal, to make it through the first chapter? Yeah, first chapter is, I think, the mission. Oh no, we ran out. But we got a bunch of freebies to carry on with. So yeah, we'll be running for half an hour here and then another half hour-ish tomorrow. At the end of the stream, of course. I don't think I can do this just yet. Oh, we do have a reward. Like for a card collection. So long-term players also get something out of this. Like maybe you really enjoy just, you know, the match type of games. You can make a... oh, I have to click the door itself, right? You can make a challenge out of it by... oh, I need more cards. Right. I'm out. And this is how you complete the chapters. But yeah, as I was saying, you can make a challenge out of trying to do it quickly. It helps with your pattern recognition. I think that's how I played, at least. I played on my own time through like another sponsorship thing. Every now and then. And I prefer to pick the games that actually require a little bit of attention and help with pattern recognition. Or I like stuff like Wordle, actually. Because it makes your brain do a little bit of operations, right? And I've actually learned a few words through that as well, although I wouldn't be able to recite right now. Ah! I just overstepped. But we've got a revert button. Unfortunately, it's not without penalty, so if I use this up, usually it costs you the coins. Yeah. I have some free ones, but they're gone now. Sometimes I move too fast and don't think to look at all the options. Especially in these early levels, usually the dominoes you are given and versus what's on the level are kind of nice in the sense that it's possible to complete it without having to rely on the extra mechanics like the golden domino, which basically just lets you put whatever you want on it. So there's a little bit of safety nets in this, but it's also very possible to lose. Right now we've got 31k coins, so that's gonna be definitely enough to feed us through the 2 streams we've got planned. But yeah, like in my own time, I'm deeper into the game, like 100 something levels, and oh my god, I'm blind. Anyway, I'm quite deep in, and it's definitely possible to lose. So sometimes you just gotta stockpile your resources a little bit and go in later. Ah, once again. Uh-oh. Could have been worse. They provide you with everything you need here. Okay, we'll be able to build a bridge. And basically, as you complete this area by adding all the things, you'll be wrapping up the chapter and moving on to the next one. So every area has like a different theme to it. Ah, missed it again. This time I'm paying coins for it, for my mistakes. I deserved it, to be fair. And whatever I do, it's not gonna work out. Can do the apples and get a chain out of it. This one as well. Chain continues. There's no blank. Damn it. Can't finish. Can't finish the streak. I would have gotten like a golden card. A golden domino. Doesn't really matter which one I do. There's no way out. Took my chances here, but didn't work out either. Here I can transition into these, and now I have to make a gamble choice. Oh boy, which one do we do? Fortunately, it doesn't matter. We don't have to find out what it means to lose right now. I think today and tomorrow we're gonna like blaze through the second chapter easily enough. I'll do like 3 more levels today here. Then I'll do the rest tomorrow. Seriously? Making big mistakes. Unforced errors. Oh, that was a nice little chain, but it's over. Can't win them all. Okay, this level might actually be the end of us. Hold up. The 3 extra cards saved us. Normally you also have to pay a lot of coin for that. But for now, we're gaining enough coins to make up for any spending we're doing. That's not necessarily going to be the case later on, because mistakes get punished more heavily. And just generally the entry price for the levels goes up, because there is one of those as well. As I said, you gotta manage your resources and think carefully about when you're going to play. Ay, misclicks. Didn't want to bring up the menu. There's no 4 here. What's the difference between regular DM and lightning? You wanna know regular, comma, DM, comma, lightning? Like that? All 3 of them? well, standard is obviously it plays like a normal RTS, right? So you have to research everything. You start with a minimal amount of stuff. In Lightning, things go at 5x speed, pretty much in terms of gather rates, in terms of training speeds, research speeds, build speeds, all the speeds that aren't movement speed or attack speed. Those still work normally. Um, you also have very limited villagers in that. So it's like heavily restricted to force essentially a gold-based game. If you can deny gold to the other player, then you're likely going to win a lightning match. That's usually how it works. Deathmatch starts with high resources though. And you get to skip all the tech tree shenanigans because everything's unlocked as soon as you age up. And you age up in 5 seconds, so that's how those game modes are different in Age of Mythology. How do we do this? I'm gonna Gamba here. See if we get a 1. And it backfired. Okay, we're gonna use up our gold card because I'm not much of a gambler myself. Do I think it's too fast for most players? I think it's meant to push your limits. Deathmatch is. So although it's hard, I think it's meant to be. Like, you play that for the purposes of improving both your late game and... Oh god. Both your late game and your speed in general, so... I think there's value in that. Even if people don't necessarily want to engage with it for the purpose of just the enjoyment of it, right? I think there's value in it regardless. Lightning is not a variation of DM, no. Lightning is a variation of standard, more like. Can almost afford the next step. Oh, wait, we can afford the next step now. Let's put the tree. Yeah, you gotta chop down the tree before you can build a dock and get some fishing ships, right? That's that's the build order, I'm pretty sure. Should have gone with that. Oh well. Too late now. We can fix it. That was a good streak. Made another mistake. No biggie. No streak again? Yay. Alright, you gamers, we're gonna be running 2 more levels, then I'm finito. I just wanna build a dock. Then I'm gonna have some dinner. Have some tea, actually. It's getting kind of chilly here. And I'm in shorts. That was a bad idea. Hopefully tomorrow I'm not gonna be having a cold. I just don't like getting sweaty during tournaments. Oh boy. Mistakes were made. I think it's a good strategy generally when you have an opportunity to open up more dominoes, and there's, you know, the other choice doesn't offer it, then I think it's best to check what's under the next layer. Not gonna be happening here though. This is rough. Oh man. All my coins! They're going bye-bye. Oh man. Lucky here. The funny swing giggle. See, guys, I think there's a problem in Age of Mythology where people just don't uh check what's in the drop downs. You gotta go and explore the game a little. Just have some fun with it, live a little, you know. No need to go into competitive of all the modes, but it's right there. You just click in and go. I think it's worth trying. Standard scares you, just... I don't know. I don't know. That's gonna be a tough stuff because a tough situation because you need the standard community for deathmatch to survive, in my view. In any of the Age games, because it's just so much bigger. When you get some secondary mode, you always want to be friends, I think, with the rest of the game. And I get loving the second thing because that's me. I'm like that. But it's tough. It was almost as big as RM. I don't really believe that. Seriously? Nah, I'm not buying it. No way. Okay, no gamba. On zone. Interesting. Yeah, but definitely not in general. Like, normies don't do that, right? Alright, let's get that dock built. Go away, rewards. I want to build a dock. Let me build a dock. Yes. Oh, I know what zone is. I'm old enough to know. Okay, we've got a dock and we're fishing, so I'm not sure what to do next in the build order. I think we're gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna ask Boyd what to do. Okay. I think it's something about making combat ships, but I'm not sure which one. So, as a deathmatch player, we don't do this water business on Mediterranean. It's hearsay. Yeah, it sounds like it. I wasn't there. I didn't play online until like 2008 and certainly not AoE 2. Anyways, guys, this is where I'm going to be calling it for today. I'm going to look for somebody to raid over at AOM. Let's see what we can find. Tomorrow we'll do day 2 with the remainder of this. Ah, look at that. We've got Nora. Get him to play some DM. See if he's amenable. But yeah, you guys have a good night, evening, day, wherever you are, and thank you very much for the bitties from the otter. Appreciate you. Cool. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow, you gamers. Take it easy.